Hey, Melanie, how'd the election go?
It was good.
Oh, we have new mics.
Told you I brought it this time.
Are these new bikes?
No.
Well, where's, oh, they took off the little thingies.
Right, yeah.
So I was telling Melanie I've got a few that I've written up, so.
A few that you've,
A few questions that I want to hear them answer.
oh,
Because he's like, yeah, freestyle, that's my questions. It doesn't have to be as rigid as last time. We're trying to dig in on them a little bit.
okay. I mean, I thought they said follow up.
On the same day.
No, so I've got some random questions I want to ask, but I think I'm more.
I sent my question in advance.
Really? They can get a counter ballot if they register the same, obviously, the day of. We almost 150.
There's some stuff I ask when I hire people, when I interview people.
I was
that
like,
I'd
oh.
like to hear the answer.
That's crazy.
No, it was insane. This is a primary. Oh, we
I
were
did not
slammed.
expect that.
Yeah, yeah,
And they come here for that.
yeah. Yeah. So if they went to the precinct and they couldn't find them anywhere, and we're like, they're not registered, send them here, so they were sending them here. But a lot of them just came, they knew to come
They
here.
knew to come.
Are these from the
I
staff
mean, I guess
mixer?
it's good
I
for those
don't know.
people that show
I
up
have
and
to
think
assume
they
since the
know,
public
right?
one was canceled,
It's
that
good
I
for
have to
them.
assume these are from
Man,
staff and
Seemed like it went
managers or,
smoothly.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, it was good. Yeah, the precincts were good. It's like, we're like a precinct now. It
You're
seemed
your
like
own
we were
precinct,
like-
yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah, I definitely have to add people the next two
Okay,
for
good.
sure. Because I'm like, we knew it was gonna be busy, but we didn't know it was gonna be that
no,
bad.
I wouldn't have expected that at all, especially the primary.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah. Well, we'll get everybody registered and then.
Right.
So then these are, oh, questions. Oh, all right. Oh, here's one from Tom Regan. What is it? I didn't get that far.
When I was at JFK, he
You know, they've had a chance that we don't even
there was a
have
girl
to chat informally.
for school.
We stand in a room with a cup of coffee and chat informally with these people.
Well, when we were available, we could have gone to the thing. I was at work, because the world's ending.
I don't know. Yeah, we could have gone. I probably didn't really think about it. I probably should have.
Apparently the world is ending.
Pardon me?
Apparently the world is ending.
Hey Randy, can you do me a favor and give me the name of your process server that you usually use?
Bell. Myron
Would you
Bell.
suggest you question?
Myron Bells?
These are, I think, are from the survey months.
B-E-L-L-E,
All right,
B-E-L-L.
I'm gonna,
Where you have a
Text me
chance
his
to ask
contact.
I don't have his
questions,
contact
Ooh, we
with
should
my
use some of
which
those.
we
Okay.
may choose to use at
Oh,
will.
okay, crap. When,
Want me
were
to
those
email
sent us, or
your
we just?
No, we
got them
just
now?
got them now because the,
Type this in, Eric, E-R-I-C.
because it
In
was
my
all happening
contacts?
this
Yeah.
afternoon.
Hold on.
Damn. This is interesting.
You're right.
At L-D-A,
L-D-A-L-A-W.
L-A-W, .com.
Oh, that's your legal assistant?
That's one of my assistants.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that deals with these type of issues on a
Okay.
regular basis, and he could put you in contact with Bell. Bell's recently priced for the type of case you're handling, in the $25.
That's more than perfect. I'll pay that out of pocket to get this done.
And he's a professional, he's been doing it for years.
Okay.
Every once in a while there's a hiccup, that's the exception
Right.
for every rule.
I have full faith that you're not giving me somebody who's gonna
We would
cause trouble.
have a problem at our office if this guy wasn't getting the job done.
I'm sure. Well, could you do this for all the?
We do it much.
Read
Yeah.
these questions.
Okay.
This is the good stuff.
Okay, I will shoot him in.
I'll
Do you want me
send these
to
for
be
sure.
copied on it? Probably not. I can just say you gave me.
My email is the
Insubordinate,
same domain,
incompetent,
but
unprofessional
name
staff
Randy and
members. and
Yeah,
violations of
I
prohibited
think I deleted your
conduct.
work email.
So, I mean, you can mention it, you just basically say,
Yeah, no, I'm just, but
say, hey, I
just for pure entertainment value.
drop my name and say, hey, I'm looking for Myron Bell's contact.
Okay.
He'll help
Myron.
you.
M-Y-R-O-N?
I believe so.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Call him Court Officer Bell, or, he's not technically a bailiff, but,
Close enough.
well, bailiffs are kind of an old system that's obsolete.
Janet Wagner.
All right, thanks.
How do you know?
So, no. Number 8, question number 8.
Oh, it's about the water stormwater? Oh, yeah.
Oh. Missing Gillum. Did he decide that, he doesn't want to participate in finding his replacement?
Is he mad because we're replacing
He
him?
responded to an email early this afternoon for me, so
Yeah, he's coming.
he's around.
coming. He's
coming.
wrapping up. Oh boy, let's see how this works.
Filling the cardboard boxes, is that what he's doing?
He could be. Washing his hands. There you go. Master plan. What am I missing here?
Only if I could, Bob.
Oh, these are the comments. Okay, I got it.
There he is. Thank you.
As you take apart the paperclip, instructions, then comments, then proposed questions.
Okay.
And I'll review that if the mayor allows me.
Instructions, comments, proposed questions.
From public. And-
From the public. Got it, got it. Okay.
Which is,
All right. The one that has this one is the instructions. The next one that looks like this is employee comments. And then the last one part in your packet is questions offered by the public and two from your employees.
okay, so the employee comments are handwritten,
Exactly.
and the public is typed into
That's
its
it.
computer
Except for
system.
the last two questions, which are offered by employees.
Yeah, they're all right when you walk in.
Huh? I have this one.
Here's an extra one.
Wow.
I don't know if I made copies.
That's from a resident?
Well, anybody could fill this out, so.
I
Being
I
recorded,
cut
right?
and pasted and posted it on my city page, and that was all
Yeah.
that was all I had to do with it.
Suit.
And then.
Thank you. I feel like I'm in for Halloween because it's orange and black and yellow, and it's okay. I was
He
in
can cut the
36th
statement
District
from the
Court
beginning
this
tonight
morning,
if
so I
that's-
thought
and get it out.
maybe I should.
Richard? All right. Well, got everyone here? All right, I'm going to call to order the Royal Oak City Commission meeting, special meeting, the executive search, second interviews, March 12, 2020. Before we begin with the interview process, I have a few things to say, a few announcements to make. Obviously, today we had the meet and greet candidate forum. We suspended the public part of that due to, with the obvious concerns of COVID-19. I want to take a moment here today to also talk about some of the things that the city has done and will continue to do here in the short and long term to make sure that we preserve the health of all of our citizens, especially those whom are most vulnerable. The comments I'm making and the actions that we're taking are not to create any sort of panic, but rather reassurance that the city is operating in the most cautious way. We would rather err on the side of caution than fall victim to ignorance. Our staff, from our fire chief, police chief, city manager Gillum, among others, have been in constant coordination and contact with Oakland County Health, the state of Michigan, the CDC, and other partners in the community, Beaumont Health, to ensure that we are prepared to address the COVID-19 situation as it makes its way here through the state of Michigan. Currently, right now, you've seen a lot of cancellations. We, the city, are now moving forward and until further notice, canceling all non-essential recreational activities and senior programs. We're going to suspend those until further notice. One caveat, the Salter Center with the the Metro Detroit Youth Club, As long as the schools are operating, that youth program in the afternoon will operate. That's considered an essential service for now, and we'll work with the schools with their coordination of that service. Specifically at the senior center, when we talk about Tim's Kitchen and the meals, we're going to transition with a plan to provide those meals either via pickup or delivery. More to come on that. Some of the things, obviously, hygiene has been really emphasized by every agency that has been public about this epidemic. And we encourage everyone clearly to wash their hands, take all the measures. If you feel sick, stay home. What we're doing here in City Hall and some of our other buildings, we're going to be increasing our cleaning frequency, especially areas that, you know, are frequented by the public or that the public touches in an attempt to curb any sort of contagion situation. We encourage everyone to look at our website. We do have another coordination call early tomorrow morning, and a full list of the programs that we are suspending, the actions that we are taking will be available tomorrow. Please keep in mind this can change daily. We're learning more and more from what's happening in other states, other countries, and what's happening right here in this area of our state. So please stay tuned, and you know, further announcements and changes could be happening on a moment's notice. If you do have any concerns about, you know, you're not feeling well, I mean, the main reason why we're taking these measures of social distancing is to really slow down the and mitigate, you know, the curve as it relates to the contagiousness of this. We don't want to overwhelm our hospital system. We don't want to overwhelm our first responders. And so the actions that we can take today by, you know, distancing ourselves from larger social events, canceling non-essential meetings, making sure we practice good hygiene habits, all curb it to where it's manageable. Because what happens is if the hospitals get overflooded, that means people that have other unrelated COVID-19 conditions struggle to get served. And, you know, your casualty rate becomes much higher. So we ask that everyone take this seriously. We need not be panicked, but we should be rest assured in the fact that we can help each other by doing the right things. And the city is also, you know, stepping up to make sure we're doing the right things to protect people, especially those who are most vulnerable in our community and our seniors in particular. But if you do feel that you have symptoms and it doesn't warrant a 911 call, Oakland County does have a nurse on call program, and that number is 800-848-5533. A nurse on call is available between 8:30 and 5 Monday through Friday. So if you do have concerns about your health, you're not sure what to do, please call that number and get the advice of a health professional in order to ensure that you get the help that you need. And some of the things also I want to mention, I mean, that we've done already as of today. Again, we've canceled and suspended some non-essential meetings. The St. Patrick's Day Parade has also been canceled for this Saturday. We coordinated with the Ancient Order of the Hibernians who put on that parade. We made the decision to do that. So this shouldn't come as a big surprise, but again, it's better to be safe than sorry. There's no bigger priority than the health and wellness of our citizens. And again, it's important that we take caution. The city still has essential services that we have to deliver on every front. And I can tell you, City Manager Gillum is working with his department heads to ensure that we have plans in place in the event that, you know, there's any sort of need to, you know, limit access to City Hall. We're working to make sure that those services can be delivered, but also at the same time making sure we remain laser focused on the health and well-being of everyone, especially our employees as well. So if you have any questions, please reach out to the city manager's office. You can email me. You can get a hold of us on Facebook. We'll answer questions as best we can, but look for that list tomorrow, and please stay apprised to the city website, Facebook page about any suspension of activity. And together we can help mitigate this and you know, keep our citizens safe. So we appreciate everyone's patience and participation. Thank you. So on tonight's agenda, we are, you know, we called it to order. Quick announcement. And now we're at the approval of the agenda. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Dubuck, second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, this brings us to item number 3, public comment. The same rules apply tonight as they do at any regularly scheduled meeting. Please wait until recognized by the mayor. Come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes. I don't know that we have a timer today, but I will keep track on my mobile phone, and we'll let you know when your 3 minutes are up. And, I ask that comments be directed to the commission as a whole and not to individual commissioners. So with that, is anyone here to speak at public comment? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Michael Abdallah, 2306 Clausen Avenue, Royal Oak. I'm here to say that I've worked in the past with Eric Tungate from Oak Park, and that it would be my recommendation as a citizen of Royal Oak that we have him as our next city manager. Terrific young man. I've known him for some time now, and in all capacities at Oak Park, I've known him and have worked projects with him. So I think that he'd be a terrific choice for our city.
Thank you, Mr. Odell.
Yep.
Anybody else wish to speak here tonight? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Raquel Ankney, and I have lived in Royal Oak for just over 10 years and been a homeowner for the past 5. I don't have a question. I wanted to submit, but I didn't get it in time. But my comment would be to just understand what the vision is of all 3 candidates, what their vision is for Royal Oak when it comes to public safety, EMS. I know with particular backgrounds, there's been entertainment of public safety officer departments. My background, I come from a part of Michigan where they tried this, they attempted it, it cost the taxpayers a lot of money, and they had to actually abandon that policy and procedure and go back to the separation of police and fire and EMS, et cetera. So my comment would just be to listen to their vision, understand what their goals are for that particular area, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Ackney.
Thank you.
Anybody else here wish to speak at public comment? All right, we'll close public comment and bring the meeting to this side of the table. This brings us to item number 4, which is the candidate interviews. I think first we're going to get a little bit of instruction from James, kind of some of the stuff that's come in. So the floor is yours, sir, and help guide us through the next steps here and help the public understand what we're trying to achieve here in the next round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In front of the commissioners are 3 packs of paper, and by going through those, I'll be able to inform you and the public kind of what we've had happen today, and then the additional information that's being provided. This is your round 2 of interviews. You'll be interviewing 3 candidates this evening. You had 2 employee meetings today that did go on as scheduled, one with your department heads and managers, and then a second for all employees. Information or comment cards were asked to be filled out for those employees that wish to, and they are in front of you, the second item in your packet, and it looks like this. They're all handwritten. The public meeting, as the mayor suggested or announced, was not held from 5:30 to 6:30. However, the city did proactively put out a link, and I know it was spread around by some commissioners as well as public, asking if there was any questions that the public would suggest for this evening. You have those in front of you here with numbered. I've also lettered them, and I'll explain that in a second. The very last page of this, question 10 and 11, were actually question cards provided by employees. This evening, your interview will be similar to the first round interview in that you have in front of you 13 pre-drafted questions. Question 1 and question 13 were provided in advance to the candidates. 1 is asking them for a 5-minute opening statement. 13 is asking for a 3-minute closing statement. The questions in between, again, will be the first time they hear them is this evening. Similar to your last round, I would ask that the mayor begin with the first question, and then you can proceed to his left and go around the table and each ask one question. I think it's very important for the public to know that the Royal Oak has decided that after the interviews are concluded this evening and the videos are prepared, they will be posted on the city website tomorrow morning. That is Friday. And encourage comments from the public based on reviewing the video of the candidate interviews. Give the public that opportunity. There will be a specific link provided through the city website and I'm sure social media pages for people to click on, and then just like questions were submitted, they can submit comments on one or all of the candidates and their responses and their interactions this evening with the interviews. Given the change in schedule today and the proximity of your Monday evening meeting, it is requested that the commission make no decision this evening on your candidates and in fact hold your discussion possibly until you get those public comments from individuals being able to watch the video. There'll be a deadline provided for Monday afternoon for individuals to provide you those comments. They will be packaged up by myself or city staff, and you will have them in advance of your meeting on Monday. I'd like to recognize City Manager Gillum and Dennis and Judy. They were awesome today for me to work with and work through these changes, as well as to set up the public engagement, which I again applaud the city for being proactive in making sure your public still was engaged while respecting not bringing a large gathering of public here this afternoon. With those comments, I would suggest, if the mayor is willing, to provide you for maybe 3 to 5 minutes to review the comment cards as well as the questions. These were just placed in front of you prior to the meeting, so I want to make sure you have a chance to review them. If you so desire to pull forward some of the questions that are offered, there's 11 questions offered. You have 2 suggestions. You can have a discussion to pull 1 or 2 forward yourself as a group, or I encourage you to ask questions of the candidates as follow-ups or at the conclusion that may not be scripted. So in the first interview, we wanted to hold relatively tight to a script that asked each candidate the same question. This second round, this is your opportunity to ask maybe more specific questions or follow-up questions that you have of candidates. And given that you have 11 questions suggested, if one of those moves a member of the commission to ask, you may do that. I would suggest we have 13 prepared questions. You probably have room for 3 to 5 more. Our candidates answered questions relatively quickly last round, so I think you do have that room. Do not rush through this. I will indicate if we get close to the 55-minute mark, but you can certainly continue through. Our goal is to get the most information, all of the information you need from the candidates, and not necessarily stick to tight timelines while still being fair to each candidate. I believe that's all I have for your preparatory remarks. After you have an opportunity to review the papers in front of you, I will go get the first candidate. Again, I will not introduce the candidate, and this time that first question does provide them ample opportunity to introduce themselves. Any questions from the mayor or commissioners?
Any questions? Does everyone understand the process? Commissioner Dubug.
Yeah, Mayor, I would just recommend that, because I have some questions that I intend to address if the previous comments don't get to those issues. So I'd recommend you leave question 13 until after all questions have been exhausted.
Yeah, I think we kind of did that last time. Yeah. And I also encourage my colleagues, I mean, just like Mr. Vitrano said, we have a good list of questions here that I think, for me, a number of them hit at what I'm hoping to learn more about the candidates with, but there might be a couple more. So when it's your turn to ask a question, I argue that, because time is always a limiting factor, you ask the most pressing question that you have that you think is relevant, if it's on this list or not. If you feel it's relevant, we can go around, and then your second time around or your first time around, ask the question that you feel is most important to you, which may already be covered, or if it's not on here. And we'll probably have time for 3 questions at the end that will give people. And then as they answer the questions, if you have a follow-up question that's germane to the topic, just raise your hand and we'll make sure that question gets asked and answered. So we'll give about 5 minutes here to review awkwardly in front of everybody the comments and questions, given this change that we had this afternoon. When everyone's done, just signal to me and we'll commence the interviews. Thank you.
I will go get your first candidate, which is Cheryl Mitchell. There was a draw of numbers held today with the candidates, and so their order is at random. The first one is Cheryl Mitchell, then Eric Tungate, then Paul Brake. You have 3 question sheets for notes in your packet as well.
Dr. Mitchell.
Hello.
Hi, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, well, we'll get right to it like we did last time.
Okay.
And the first question, I think you already know, it's, we've asked you to prepare a short 5-minute statement regarding your candidacy for the position. Please provide your opening statement and help reacclimate everybody. It's been, a couple weeks since we last spoke.
Yes, it has. Well, thank you again. Good evening, Mayor and City Commission members and the viewing audience. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. It's already been a full and exciting day. I've had meetings with the department heads and employees, and you really have a great team here. I was asked to tell you a little about myself. My name is Cheryl Mitchell. I have over 30 years of experience in government administration. My passion for public service reaches as far back as when I was a student. And my guidance counselor asked me what were my aspirations. And I said, I want to be President of the United States. Well, I didn't do that yet. I attended Oakland Community College and the University of Michigan Dearborn as a political science major. And while at the University of Michigan Dearborn, I had a summer internship with Detroit City Council member Mel Ravitz. That truly ignited my passion for serving communities. From him, I learned how important it is to support local businesses and community development. But I also learned that it is equally as important to focus efforts on neighborhoods and small businesses. That summer internship turned into a 13-year career. I also worked for the Wayne County Economic Development Corporation, and I participated in the drafting of the Articles of Incorporation for the Detroit Economic Growth Corporation. I earned my master's degree in public administration from Central Michigan University and a doctorate degree in business administration from Lawrence Tech University. My dissertation was on priority-based budgeting, which recognizes the impact of citizen engagement to identify communities, values, and priorities, and aligning those with government budgets. I've had additional training with MSU's Political Leadership Program and Leadership Oakland, and I'm currently involved in the process of applying to become a certified city administrator through ICMA. My career path includes 17 years as a senior analyst with the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, and there I was hired by George Miller, a resident, and I worked closely with Larry Doyle, your former city manager, I believe. While with the county, I was involved when organizing the Tri-County Summits. That was an effort between Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb County to work, and the city of Detroit, to work on regional initiatives. I also administered the county's initiatives for the $25 million Environmental Infrastructure Fund and the $500 million West Nile Virus Fund. And I worked with Commissioner Marcia Gershenson on creating the Women's Commission. I analyzed and made recommendations on the county's $800 million budget, and I partnered in the design and implementation of Oakland County's Employment Diversity Program and their pilot mentorship program. I also served as the Chief of Staff for Oakland County Commissioner Eric Coleman when he was elected to serve as President of the National Association of Counties. In that role, I assisted with strategic planning process as well as facilitating multi-jurisdictional projects across multiple states. When I lived in West Bloomfield, I was elected to the West Bloomfield Parks and Recreation Commission. And this was a community very similar in population to Oak Park. We had approximately 50 to 60,000 residents. I served as the chair and on the executive board for them for over 4 years. And I'm very proud of many of those accomplishments, which included creating a youth advisory council with dedicated funding for youth programs, pre-funded retiree health care, initiated socially and environmentally conscious investment policies, and established workplace violence and bullying policies. And these are pretty much standard practices today, but remember this was 2004, so this was very proactive for that time. My city manager experience includes 3.5 years with the city of Albion and 2 years with Lathrop Village. Albion was only 4 square miles, but they had a dozen parks. One was the historic Holland Park, where I successfully wrote a grant for the redevelopment of this park that had fallen into disarray even before I started working for them. Royal Oak is expanding its footprint in the healthcare arena with the Henry Ford facility. I already served on the Community Advisory Board for Beaumont Hospital and the Board of Star Commonwealth, which focuses on empowering professionals to build resiliency in children and families. While in Calhoun County, I worked on the board of Summit Point, which provides mental and behavioral health services, and the Regional Health Alliance Leadership Council. As Royal Oak seeks diversity in its economic base, health services and related businesses and supply chains are definitely a niche that we can move towards to promote and encourage businesses who are in that supply chain and related to move here. So, why Royal Oak? Royal Oak is an exciting and vibrant community. You have wonderful neighborhoods, beautiful parks, unique restaurants and businesses, and value being a good steward of your finances and environment. And it's a place that encourages seniors to stay as they age in place. We're experiencing the senior tsunami in Oakland County in Michigan. And young people and families are also encouraged to grow and flourish here. My 28-year-old son, Alan, moved just outside of Chicago. And I'm hoping that I can promote this as a great place for him and other young people like him who have left Michigan to be excited about returning to raise their families, to pursue their social entrepreneurial dreams, to find affordable housing in a vibrant, walkable community right here in Royal Oak. My path has led me to this moment. I believe I am a phenomenal fit for Royal Oak, and I'm ready for your amazing journey.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell.
Is it possible to move that monitor? Can it come down?
I don't think that was on our list of questions.
Sorry.
Would it help if I move over?
The monitor kind of cuts you off right at the nose.
Thank you, JR.
Thank you so much.
Leave a man a job.
There you go.
It's a union grievance being filed as we speak.
All right, Commissioner Perush.
Good evening, Cheryl.
Good evening.
If appointed city manager, please describe the process you would follow to both encourage innovation and evaluate the feasibility of new opportunities.
To encourage innovation, that's a situation where you lead by example. I very much look at best practices from all of the institutions where government officials can rely on for resources and references, including Michigan Municipal League, National Association of Counties, the International City Managers Association, ICMA, and see what other communities are already doing. You don't have to reinvent the wheel always, but identifying what those opportunities are and how they might possibly be applied in your local community. Working with staff to hear their thoughts and ideas, because the people on the front line often are very familiar with ways that we can improve how we function and how can we incorporate that into our daily operations. So looking at best practices, trusting the people that we work with to also have really good ideas and helping them to bring those to fruition.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. A majority of our city full-time staff is unionized. Tell us about your leadership style and your experience with employees and unionized workforces, including your approach to collective bargaining and addressing grievances.
Okay. In the city of Albion, we had 4 unions, 2 for the public safety department, 1 for the administrative staff, and 1 for the DPW and water department. In the city of Lathrop Village, they have 2 unions, and those are both for the officers in the command for the police department. In terms of my relationship, I have successfully negotiated union contracts in Albion. It was essentially uneventful. I approach with a spirit of trust and honesty. I don't try to play hardball with the unions. I approach it as a team. I value employees. My father worked for the UAW. He was an auto worker, so I have a great deal of respect for unions. And if we approach it with realistic identification of what our economic ability is, so that we're all on the same page, you usually don't have as many conflicts with the union. I never had a union grievance filed against me. Whenever there are difficulties or problems, we try to work through it. I work very closely with either their business agent or their representatives of the unions to identify what are some problem areas and what are the solutions before it rises to a level of having a grievance filed.
Please describe in detail your approach to municipal budgeting, including the process you will use to prioritize funding needs and communicate important budget objectives to the elected officials, staff, and community.
Okay. So my approach to the budgeting, I really try to avoid just doing incremental budgeting. This is what we did last year, and add 2%, and that's what we have this year. I like to take a more thorough look at what it is we're trying to achieve, looking at the goals and objectives that are identified by the elected body, making certain that our operations are aligned with those priorities, also making certain that the community has a voice in identifying those priorities. It's one thing to say that you want to develop a park, but what do they want to see in the park? So, and what will that cost? So having those features and elements identified with a very robust engagement of the community, I think is critical. Working with the departments relative to their needs, identifying the capital improvement plan and making certain that it's incorporated in the budget before the budget is adopted as opposed to an afterthought. So those are some of my priorities in terms of how I address it. And communicating with the public, having such things as surveys available There's very easy ways where you can have the public to identify if you had, $1,000, how would you spend it in these different areas to help have them engaged in identifying what's really more important to them in terms of the services they receive from their local government.
Commissioner Dubak?
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up to that? Yes. I think it's the appropriate place to plug in here on this. So given that, municipal budgets are under pressure, pressure from all sides, and every penny we spend somewhere is a penny we can't spend somewhere else, where amongst those priorities do you feel that environmental sustainability falls?
It has to be critical to the process. It addresses the sustainability of the entire community. If you aren't taking care of your resources locally, you're usually going to end up with some financial implication later. I know, looking at especially the infiltration of water, all of our communities have been inundated with water lately. So how do you address it? How do you address the runoff? How do you address water that's backing up in basements? Is there something that the city can be doing relative to the installation of infrastructure? Is there something we could be doing relative to green space or creating spaces that are swells to avoid some of this accumulation? So it has to be a valued and important part. It's really a part of the capital improvement if you think about it. It's just environmental in nature.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions related to the budgeting priorities and finances? Okay. Guess we'd go to Commissioner Gibbs.
Hi, Cheryl. Thank you for making yourself available to come back tonight.
Thank you.
Please give us an example of a time you faced an ethical dilemma, how you handled it, and what you learned from it. So it's a three-part question.
Ethical dilemma. Okay. This is a little bit difficult for me because I'm not often faced with ethical dilemmas because I handle the situation as I think is appropriate. And if I'm ever feeling I'm in a gray area, I always have the attorney on speed dial. So I try not to wander into those spaces. One situation, the mayor in the community in which I served had a request. And it was not a request that had been vetted by his colleagues on the city council. And the structure of that community was that decisions are made by the body, not by an individual. So I indicated to the mayor that if this is what they wanted to put forward, then it was appropriate to bring that back to the full body to get the consensus and direction. So what I learned from it is it's never a bad time to do the right thing. And it's not always warmly received by the mayors who think they have a role as an individual outside of the body. But in time, you usually learn to work through those situations.
Just to follow up on that, kind of similar, but, and if you guys think it's a different question, we can move on, but what would you say that your critics would say about you?
That I work too long.
Oh, come on.
It's not uncommon for me to work 10 to 12 hours a day between meetings and going out in the community and supporting local businesses and organizations. So I put in very long hours.
All right, Commissioner Douglas?
Dr. Mitchell, how would you describe your management and leadership style? Please identify both strengths and weaknesses related to your style.
Okay. I have an inclusive form of management and leadership. I try to avoid just being a dictator. If the situation warrants it, then you give directives. I try to focus on giving a vision of where we want to go, how we want to get there, and what everyone's role and part is in doing that. The strategy is through open communication, active listening, engaging both our internal stakeholders, the employees, the department heads, staff, the commission, in identifying what are the priorities and how do we want to strategically approach what needs to be handled, identifying what the tasks are associated with the implementation, and making certain that there's accountability and reporting back, especially to you, if you are setting the goals and objectives relative to those tasks.
So a follow-up question there. You've worked in a couple smaller communities where the city manager is more likely to have a hands-on role, whereas you come to Royal Oak and you have a very robust professional management staff here. How might your supervision here differ from that of the two previous communities you worked for?
I don't foresee a significant difference. And as you pointed out, the real difference is in your ability to delegate. If you're a relatively flat organization, it's kind of all hands on deck. I have no problem delegating. So it's just the capacity of the organization. So in terms of how I address it, I definitely bring the department heads together on a very regular basis to make certain that we are all on board, we understand the strategy and approach, engaging them in what's going on in their particular area of control, to see if they need any additional resources, to find out if there's any challenges and how we can approach addressing those. I'm very much solution focused. A lot of times in government, people like to complain, and what I'm known for is probably if you come to my office with a complaint, you should also come with a proposed solution. It might not be the final solution, but you should have at least thought about what are our options.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Because you mentioned accountability, how do you address probably lack of accountability, both for yourself and for, should it happen, it always happens, myself included, you know what I mean? But for your staff as well. How do you approach dealing with that within your framework of staff?
If I understand you correctly, I try to make certain that there's a clear understanding of what the expectations were up front. So if it's a meeting or a conversation, I try to document that in a follow-up communication. And then to also follow up in terms of where are you, what's the status, how do you perceive you're going to be able to proceed effectively relative to the time frames that are in place. And if they are falling short, is this something that's beyond their control, or is there a performance issue that we need to address and look at what training, additional resources, what is it that we need to get them on board to be performing at the level that I'm expecting them to be performing.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Macy?
At what point after a series of follow-ups and maybe improvement plans what's the line where you realize that an employee is not a good fit for the organization?
It depends on the situation. Sometimes it's so significant that you have to take immediate action relative to the employee, whether it's progressive discipline. I prefer to put them on a performance improvement plan, identifying what they do need in order to improve their performance. I've done both successfully in terms of getting a underperformer to meet the expectations, and also having a clear pathway for someone that this is not a good fit and it's time for them to exit.
Commissioner Dubak?
Okay. I've rephrased this one a bit, you guys, but I'm going to get the same general idea here. So what's a unique or innovative policy or practice that you've seen benefit another entity, government or private entity, that you think could bring value to Royal Oak?
I'm going to go to my notes because I thought about some of those. So, a very low-hanging fruit is the, I'm trying to think what the name of that is the unclaimed finances that the state has. And most recently with the city of Lathrop Village, we were able to identify some financial dollars that had gone unclaimed through either police situations, insurance situations, and I noticed that there were some resources available to Royal Oak. Now, they may not be large dollar amounts, but sometimes they are, but you don't know until you at least make the inquiry. So that's an easy one that is definitely worth pursuing.
Maybe on that same line of questioning, you know, more instead of the external focus of low-hanging fruit, as Commissioner Dubuc kind of, you know, phrased in his question, do you see any, I mean, based on what you know about the city, like how we do public safety or, you know, how we're organized, our departments, do you see any organizational changes that might be prudent just out of the gate, seeing how we're organized versus maybe how other cities are organized and do their, you know, deliver their services?
Well, you seem to have a very robust organization. The functions of city government are pretty much the same no matter what. It's just a matter of how you find your way to delivering those services and providing those operations. One of the things that you can look at, which I would prefer not to if you have an option, is privatizing. And especially in economic downturns, you know, contracting out for some of the work. My personal preference is, whenever feasible, to have the work conducted within the organization. So one of those areas would be like your assessor, to have an assessor who's very familiar with your community and understands the nuances of your community. I think is very important, as opposed to someone who works for another organization who you're just one of their clients.
Commissioner Dubuc?
Yeah, following up on that, you mentioned the general role of government remains the same regardless of where you are. But I think in recognizing each city is kind of unique in their needs and circumstances, how do you approach identifying, comparing city to city, community to community, identifying what's a best practice versus what's best for that community?
Talk to people. I, on a regular basis, have conversations with my colleagues in other communities. Even one of my competitors here today in Oak Park, and he was able to recruit a police officer of color. And I know we have been especially challenged with that in Lathrop Village. So I called him to find out, you know, what practices were successful with him in doing that. So just talking to people really to find out, you know, what works there. Is that something that can work in our own local community? And often it's the case, especially if it's a similar size community.
All right. This question I think is pretty relevant, at least for me, because I always think it's an important role of the manager and any, you know, appointed staff to push back at management from time to time, and so we can work together to find the right answer on behalf of our shared constituents. Please describe a situation when you've disagreed with your government board. How did you approach that difference of opinion, and explain the result of the situation?
One situation in which I disagreed with the governing board was when in Albion we were converting to the single hauler. And this service was to include the trash, the lawn service, and potentially the recycling. And the elected body chose to not include the recycling. I thought that was a very good resource and service to have in the community. It would help with some of the trash that we would find out in vacant lots. There was a political will not to do that. And so although I wish they had made that decision at that time, they did not. And the end result was we implemented with the 2 services as opposed to the 3 to allow the community to have some time to be acclimated to this pretty significant change in how those services were received. And that was 3 years ago, and they're still having a discussion on how to implement the recycling.
When you had that disagreement, how did you present it to them in a way? Was it just, this is what we should do, they turned you down and you went on, or did you fight for it? Can you kind of walk us through maybe the storyline a little bit?
Well, I tried to present the information in a professional and unbiased way, to just be factual. I will make a recommendation based on those facts. I don't get personally involved in it. I have a perception of what I think would be the best. I can only convey that to the elected body. They are the elected leaders, so if they choose not to go in that direction, I'm not going to say I told you so, but if we have to pick up the pieces later, you just deal with it.
Commissioner Macy?
Do you have any experience building consensus between members of the body that perhaps don't agree, 2 sides coming together?
Yes.
Give me an example.
I'm trying to think of a specific example. With Oakland County, while I was working with Oakland County, I served on the Michigan Women's Commission. And the charge was to attempt to help women, women's organizations relative to their effectiveness. There were a couple of counties that had also created women's commissions, and I brought that concept back to Oakland County. And there was resistance to doing it because it was, at that time, enacted under a Democratic governor, and the county commission was majority Republican. So there was partisan resistance. It wasn't the concept, but the objective was questioned because of the political tone of the day. And so how did I address it? I talked to each of the commissioners, fully explained what was being proposed, heard their concerns, made certain they were addressed. So one of originally, the concept was that the board chair would make an appointment of about 7 people. So they were concerned about the appointments not reflecting the needs of their own districts. So we changed that concept to have each commissioner appoint someone from their own district. So accommodating their concerns was one way to work through those challenges, and they did move forward with the creation.
All right, Commissioner Bruce?
Okay. What is your approach to managing the various elements of public communications? Print media, traditional digital media, and social media. As part of your management process, how do you determine key stakeholders and appropriate spokespersons?
That has many parts. Okay.
Yes, I can repeat part of that if you want.
Okay.
It's a lengthy question.
Okay.
Okay. What is your approach to managing the various elements of public communications, like print media, traditional digital media, and social media? And then the second part of the question is, as part of your management process, how do you determine key stakeholders and appropriate spokespersons?
Thank you. So in terms of managing the media just in general, first of all, I make certain that we have a media plan in place so that we have general concepts relative to what's appropriate, what's the use of logos, what's the use of fonts and colors, so that there is a brand associated with the community. I established a social media policy in both Albion and Lathrop Village because especially with Facebook, it was imperative to make certain that the residents understood how that tool could be used, because sometimes it's abused and misused, so that we had clear criteria relative to that venue. For staffing requirements, generally they understand if they're working on something to draft a press release or communication or flyer or whatever it's going to be, and I have someone, whether it's me or a department head or someone, to at least look at it to make certain that the information is correct and consistent and appropriate. Sometimes a word can actually have a different connotation, so you don't want to have those missteps if you can avoid it. Specifically in regards to print media, I work very closely with our news reporters. So whoever is covering the community, I always have a very close relationship with them, and I will send them information, whether it's a press release or not, just to give them updates on things that are going on, or give them a heads up, we're going to cover, this particular item at the next meeting, could you have someone there to cover it or to take photos that might be of interest to the local community. In regards to digital and social media, I'm probably well known on the social media circuit myself. I think I have close to 4,000 followers. So I make heavy use of just sharing information. That's one of the things I personally enjoy doing, is just connecting people and resources to make certain that they have that information. But in terms of organizationally, making certain, again, that we have a structure and format and policies relative to how information is to be disseminated, and having a fact check before it goes out. In terms of spokesperson, I'm typically the spokesperson on a given issue, especially if it's a press release. Depending on the topic, if it's more appropriate for the police chief or the recreation director to talk about something that's within their jurisdiction, then put their face out there. I don't have that kind of ego where only my face can be in front of the public. I want my team to be known to the public and making them available. I also try to work with the elected officials to make sure they have a presence so that people understand what they're doing and what their priorities are. So when I have electronic newsletters, often I have a mayor's corner or a city commissioner corner to talk about some of the things that you're working on, so that we can promote your particular interests as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you mentioned already the silver tsunami. Can you talk about what some of the ways you've met the seniors' needs as the booming the wave that's coming, and what you would foresee for Royal Oak?
Well, even with Oakland County, I was very much involved in their senior initiatives. I actually drafted one of their earlier versions of the senior directory, so that there was a point of reference for trying to access services. Around that time, I had aging parents, and I had a young son, so I was a true sandwich generation, so I understood the challenges of trying to find adult care and daycare at the same time. And, what do you do when you need resources? My father had a form of dementia, but I wanted him to be able to stay in the home. So how do you connect to those resources? I worked very closely with the Area Agency on Aging and the work that they did. Also, we had a task force to help identify additional resources and to help disseminate that throughout Oakland County at that time. So seniors have always been something very dear to my heart, in making certain that they are connected to the resources that they need, especially those that have economic challenges or physical challenges, who aren't necessarily as able to get out and to get to the medical, health, food resources that they need. So when you're offering food programs or meal programs, how do you get the information out to them, especially if they're home-ridden? And having plans in place to help support them as we're dealing with this current infectious disease. Are there plans in place relative to how people can work to check on seniors? One of the things we have in Lathrop Village is a service for the police department, so we can have seniors sign up to have a wellness check. So those little things mean a lot. So finding those ways that are relatively low cost to help support them, because you do want them to be able to stay in their homes and to stay in the community as long as they are able.
Okay, Commissioner Lavasser?
Please identify specific challenges you think you may have when transitioning from your role as city administrator of a smaller city in Royal Oak. How do you plan to address those challenges?
So one of the challenges is I very much value having face time with all the employees. So when you're looking at 300, it's a little bit more challenging, but it's still doable. So figuring out how to make that work, you know, whether it's team sessions or department sessions or just open meet and greets and coffee chats, whatever that might look like. That's one of the challenges associated with it. Another is the transition between the two communities, because our budgeting process are pretty much parallel. So trying to make certain that one is wrapped up as I'm transitioning out, and that things are where they should be relative to coming on board really at the end of the process.
Did we skip a question? Did we skip 10?
So I asked a different question than that one. If you'd like to ask it at the end, you're welcome to do so.
I can do either, or we can go back to you.
So I don't care to ask that question, but if you would like to, feel free.
Okay.
Didn't know we had that option.
We're making the options up as we go along.
I guess.
Yeah, we discussed as we go around, if there was an important question, burning question that wasn't on the list, you could ask it, you know, or
Instead
wait
of-
to the end and
Instead
ask.
of our,
Yeah.
our set questions?
I wasn't quite aware of that, but that's okay.
Fine.
I will, only because I have a curiosity, but you've also somewhat addressed it. So I'm going to flip back to the previous question and bring it up for you. Social media allows small groups of individuals to create false narratives regarding city policies or actions. Please identify an example where you have successfully addressed a social media false narrative in a community where you have managed. And I realize with the smaller communities, with the smaller communities you have worked with, it might not be so extreme as, but this is also a good tie-in to number 11, so.
And I would say that's, the last statement is probably incorrect. It could be quite extreme because everybody knows everybody.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So, but to answer your question in regards to the false narrative, in Lathrop Village, we were in the process of putting forward a millage question. And the information that was on a community Facebook page was totally erroneous. And it was just blowing up out of control. And our policy at the time was that we only posted on the city's Facebook page. And essentially, especially official statements only came from me. But because it was just truly, it was exploding, as only social media can have misinformation explode. In working with the elected officials, we made a determination to change that policy. And even working with MML, Michigan Municipal League, because one of their recommendations was go to where the people are. So if they're on a different social media format, you may need to go there to provide factual information. So we drafted the policy that allowed for me and the Mayor Pro Tem only to respond to questions or incorrect information that was on the citizen Facebook page.
Did it help?
It did. It did. And I was resistant to it because my thought was, if you posted anything, just say, go see the website or go see the city Facebook page. But it's like, why make someone click twice?
Right.
So we tried it, and it actually was effective.
I guess my first gut would tell me that I don't know if you saw this, but people want to go back and forth.
Yes.
You know, and they have to understand that public officials aren't always readily available. How did you manage that to say, look, you know, here's the facts, well, you're lying, or, you know, look at my alternative facts. How did you manage through that? Did you have like an extended policy?
That was a component part of the policy where we weren't to engage in interactions. We put out the facts.
Okay.
And we were done with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Commissioner Douglas?
writing, taking notes.
No, it was me. I was trying to figure out where we were at.
Yeah, it would be me. Royal Oak is a place for everyone. The city places a high value on its reputation as a welcoming and diverse community. How would you approach the challenge of balancing strong economic development and increasing housing values with maintaining a socio-economic diverse community?
Okay, you're really going to have to repeat that one. Okay.
How do you approach the challenge of balancing strong economic development and increasing housing values while still maintaining a community that is diverse in all elements of diversity?
Okay. Yes, so if you're going to be a welcoming community, you need to recognize that people come in all shapes, sizes, and economic ability. So if you truly want to be diverse, you have to make a space for all people to have the opportunity to live here and to enjoy the resources. So how do you have affordable housing, especially in an upturn in the economic climate, which most of our cities are, in Royal Oak in particular, are experiencing right now, and the housing values are rising at a rate that makes it unreachable for many people, especially young people and young families. And you want to attract them. They support the community, they support the school districts, but how do you make it affordable? So looking at those options and if there's creative ways in which to do it, that's, I think, a challenge that many communities are facing. Working with organizations that help support that, you can look at, essentially it's almost like a TIF district, but relative to the neighborhood stabilization programs that are out there, where you can have a zone for housing where the individual tax dollars, their tax assessment is flat while they're making improvements. So you encourage them to move into a house that may need some work, but their taxes aren't going to go up incrementally while they're in that house. So it's similar to a TIF district, essentially, but it's for neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dubak?
So you're clearly would be transitioning from a smaller community than Royal Oak. Just wondering what you see as some of the challenges that might come with that and from scaling up to a city. What's similar? What are some advantages that might come from a perspective of coming from a smaller community?
The advantages of coming from a smaller community is that I have very much hands-on administration of the day-to-day operations. So I'm the head of DPW and I'm the head of the water department and I'm doing all of those things, so I have a fundamental understanding of the day-to-day operations for each of the departments. I make every effort to understand what are the opportunities to work more effectively and efficiently, because we simply don't have, a deep bench in which to delegate the responsibilities to. So I think that's a key advantage to coming from a smaller community. If you're accustomed to working in a larger community where you're not as engaged, it's more difficult to direct and challenge the staff because you're not as intimately aware of what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. Now, was there another part of your question?
Well, just what would you say as the challenges of making that transition, or some of the learning curve that might come with making that transition?
think the challenges aren't really related to size. I don't think the challenges are really related to size. The challenge is more related to different cultures and environments. You know, different organizations have different approaches to doing things, so understanding how things currently exist and work here. I think I mentioned before that I'm not an ivory tower people. I'm a get out and, you know, see what's going on and talk to the workers and employees and department heads and see what's really happening in the field to get a real sense of it. One example is we were having difficulty with our tree chipping service. So one day we had tree chipping service on Fridays, but on Monday they would pick up tree limbs. And there was like a 2-inch distinction between the two, and no one understood what the heck the difference was. So people weren't getting their items picked up as you would hope they would. And I said, well, if I can't explain it, how in the world can I expect the citizens to understand it? So I got in the truck and rode with the guy and took pictures and you know, basically did a Facebook Live of, okay, so I said, why didn't you pick up this? And he said it wasn't bundled. So I could actually show people and they could understand, but that's because I actually got out in the field with them. And I would venture to say I'm probably the only candidate you have that's been in a police chase and arrest.
In the car, right?
Yes, yes. I was a passenger, I wasn't in the back.
Did we miss that in the background?
So follow up on that. So what's your take on Royal Oak, on the staffing and personnel and so forth that you've done, I'm sure done research on this. What do you think?
I think this is truly an amazing place. During the break, I walked around and, you know, saw the restaurants, and not as many people as you probably would have out and about, but just to see, especially families. But I think what moved me most today was talking with the department heads and the employees. In the last 2 communities in which I served, I came in after unfortunate leadership. So I had to spend a great deal of time in changing the culture and environment to make it more positive, receptive, respectful, and building trust. And I don't get the sense that I have to spend that much time here. The people that I met seemed dedicated, they seemed professional, they seemed very positive and uplifted. They were excited to be bringing on someone on board. So I don't think as much time would have to be spent with that element, but just getting to know everyone will probably be the biggest challenge.
Good, thank you.
Kind of following up on that, just real quick. You know, when you come into a situation and you're analyzing it, especially with management, and you mentioned the word culture, in your opinion, what is on the continuum of a culture-driven organization and a performance-driven organization? And I'll tell you, I'll give you a hint. The answer isn't both. Mm-hmm. Where do you tend to lie with your management style? Driving culture or driving performance? And the answer's not in the middle either.
I would lean more towards performance. We're here to provide a service. We're here to provide excellent service, and that is definitely at the forefront. But the both element is to do it in an environment where people feel valued and respected and engaged and involved, and the expectations are clearly communicated.
The advantage that you talked about a smaller community being very hands-on, it could also be a disadvantage, couldn't it? Coming in here and, you know, if there's a problem at DPW, instead of saying, you know, go deal with that, Aaron, that's our DPW guy, you feel like you want to jump in that truck again and get there. How do you feel you'd be able to kind of let go of the reins of being that hands-on to doing that work every day, to getting it out and delegating it to your department heads and their staff?
I have absolutely no problem delegating. It's my first choice. I just understand that if there's no one else to hand it off to, it's me. But in terms of empowering people to make decisions, to operate their department, to make those daily decisions as they need to, I have no problem with it. I do try to make very clear that they understand what the expectations are, and if they have a question, to be fully available and accessible to answer their questions and to assist them if they need additional guidance or resources.
Commissioner Pruitt.
This is on a little bit of a different topic. We're all dealing with the coronavirus issue, and we're not going to talk about that or ask you questions about that. But indications are that it's very possible that it's going to lead us into a recession, or at least an economic downturn. It's going to be significantly different than the last one we had, which was primarily based on the real estate market. Can you tell us a little bit about how you have dealt with economic challenges in your communities and situations in the past, and some practices that you have found to be most workable and best practices for that kind of situation? Because we might be heading there.
We really have to rely on partnerships, especially public-private partnerships. Not everything that needs to be undertaken has to be fully under the dollars associated with tax dollars. Sometimes you can leverage your relationships with other entities to make things happen. One of the examples I think that I'd offered previously was with the city of Albion, and every community has challenges with making sure their streets get paved. And Albion College negotiated with us that they would pave the streets within the college district, because it was important to them to have, good streets within, on the campus. So finding out where those opportunities are, I think is one of my strengths, is building those types of collaborative relationships. Another example, also in Albion, there was what was called the Dalrymple School, which had been derelict and it needed to be demolished, and the ownership kept changing, so it never was in public hands for any long period of time, but it finally came under the ownership of the land bank. And the land bank did not have sufficient resources to demolish it. They wanted the city of Albion to demolish it, and we obviously didn't have the resources to do that either. And there was a new county treasurer who came on board, and he had suggested a three-way division of the costs. But even with 1/3, that would have had a very significant impact on our fund balance, because they had not made the economic shift yet relative to increasing their tax values. So what I suggested to him was something that I learned in Oakland County, and that was the use of the Delinquent Tax Revolving Fund as a resource that could be brought back into the community. So by leveraging those resources and those relationships, we were able to get this building demolished in a community that otherwise would not have been able to afford it. So to go back to answer your question, is finding out what are those other opportunities to partner with other entities to make things happen.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Dubak.
So in general, what do you think is the greatest challenge that
On time.
Michigan cities or cities in general are facing? Modern cities in general.
In Michigan, the challenges really are with Proposal A and the Headley Amendment. It just literally caps your ability to grow. It's very frustrating to have the rollback in place when you have increasing needs within the community. Our infrastructure needs are immense. So that's always a challenge. We have to do something with the roads, but what is that going to look like? Especially if we're not getting the state revenue sharing dollars that were promised to us many years ago. So those are all challenges that I think all the local communities are facing.
We have about 4 or 5 minutes left. I think we got through most of the questions that we had prepared, and plus a couple extras and a few follow-ups. Are there any other pressing questions from the commission? As I want to give Dr. Mitchell an opportunity to provide a few-minute closing here as well. Commissioner Dubak?
Yes. Dr. Mitchell, how would you like us to measure your success, and what role would metrics play in it?
Starting with the end, I think metrics are key. It's difficult to measure success unless you have some mechanism to identify what success looks like. So having measurable results whenever feasible, those should be in place. In terms of measuring, I would start with the goals that you have already identified for the entire organization as well as specifically for your city manager.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Dubuck. Okay, last one. And the mayor actually got at this a little bit when he asked you what you think your critics say, but I'm curious, what do you imagine when your staff, when they're out at lunch or over beers, what do they say about you?
I think one of the greatest pleasures I have is that my staff is very fond of me. I have very good, close working relationships with my staff. They know that they can trust me. They know that I respect them, and so I receive respect in return. They especially know that they can talk to me about anything, and it can be held in confidence. But at the same time, I'm going to be solution-focused. If there's a situation that needs to be addressed, we're going to address it. And we're going to find a way to work through it if possible. And if not, we'll look at what those options are. But they know that they can count on me, and in return, I know I can count on them. So just having that very strong team environment, I very much focus on building teams. I don't consider someone my employee. I consider them my teammate and my colleague. And I think that's reflected in their private conversations.
Anybody else? All right, Dr. Mitchell, the closing question, which I think you already got as well. Please provide a 2 to 3 minute closing statement regarding your interest in candidacy.
Well, thank you again. Truly, this is an exceptional opportunity and an honor to be considered as the next city manager for the city of Royal Oak. My 30-plus years of experience brings immense understanding of government operations and administration. My pathway has always been guided by heartfelt desire to provide innovative leadership to local communities to lead them from good to great. I fall in love with every single community that I've been fortunate enough to serve. And I can already see that there's a lot to fall in love with in Royal Oak. What attracts me to Royal Oak is that your vision for the future closely aligns with my personal values, focusing on building a more vibrant and inclusive community, creating sustainable economic vitality, stabilizing and revitalizing businesses and neighborhoods, and empowering youth, women, and minorities. I had the pleasure of speaking today with many of your department heads and employees, and as you probably already know, you have a phenomenal team. You have 3 great candidates, and quite frankly, to have made it to this point in the selection process, any one of us is probably capable of running the day-to-day operations. What I uniquely bring is a talent for energizing, inspiring, motivating, and guiding towards strategic goals. I challenge our team members to strive for excellence and to promote the highest levels of customer service. I encourage and facilitate cooperation, pride, trust, and fostering a team spirit to gain cooperation and achieve goals. My administrative background ranges from government organizations serving 4,000 residents to 1.2 million residents. Working in smaller communities brings very unique understanding of departmental operations. Administering a small city is not fundamentally different, with the exception that your team is smaller, so there is less delegation. I am a proven and innovative collaborative leader. I've handled multi-million-dollar construction projects and have successfully reinvigorated downtowns and redevelopment of commercial corridors. I am thrilled to be able to leverage the relationships I already have with the state, county, other local communities, and the region to benefit the community of Royal Oak. Indicative of who I am and what people say about me is reflected in two recent tributes. One is from the community of the city of Albion, and they created the Dr. Mitchell Servant Leadership Award to recognize those who also demonstrate transformative leadership by leading with their heart, head, hands, and habits in their professional life to serve and help others. The Michigan Municipal League will be presenting, if they don't close down the Capitol Conference, presenting me with the Community Builder Award for my work in transforming communities and empowering women in government leadership roles. In closing, if you're looking for someone who thinks strategically, acts collaboratively, works for innovative solutions, and embraces diversity, then I am excited about the opportunity to serve as your next city manager for the city of Royal Oak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break between interviews, just to rehydrate and conduct a few other forms of business. So I'm going to call a quick recess, and we'll be back in 5. Thank you again, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
I would shake your hand, but, you know.
Yeah.
Elbow bump. That's the way to do it now.
So, Barcelona.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Did you go by yourself?
I thought I was going by myself, and then 2 weeks before I left, I said, I was talking to a friend at church, and I said, I'm going to Barcelona. If you want to go, I've already got a room. You just got to buy a ticket. And she bought a ticket, and we weren't even there together very much. We went to dinner a couple of times, but because we had different tours, and I had tours already booked, and she picked up tours. But it was so amazing everywhere. It was so great. And I was very derelict in posting pictures on Facebook.
Yeah, you got there, and you're like, there were 2 posts and then nothing. I'm going, because we want to go. So
I just got so busy and like involved, and then I would get lost, and then it was like so exciting. Everything about it was so, posting on Facebook was not the most important thing in the world, or Instagram, or Twitter, or any of those other. I just so enjoyed it. The people were great. The food was amazing. Oh my God, the sangria was above board. It was. They make it with juice. They make it with either some.
How are you? Good. How are you doing?
Juice,
By the way,
some kind of
your
juice.
mic is live.
I'm sorry.
Your mic is on.
Oh,
We can
we're
all-
talking
we can
about
all-
Barcelona.
No,
so
I'm just saying, like, everybody can hear it. I just wanted to let you know that.
I'm not going to swear.
all right, let's go in the other room and talk about your
Thank you for telling us.
Solomon Radner, nice to meet you. Same here. You got my letter?
Yes, I did. I did. The subject was confusing. In fact, I have a copy right here as well, but then when I read
He
it,
has no idea I wrote it.
oh, okay. I'm like,
No, I'm here right now either.
really? You gonna surprise him?
I told him I'm here to stand, but
No, I was actually very grateful. I mean, either way, it was gonna go, but it was actually an entertaining read.
Yeah, I figured maybe we'll make it more fun.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think we're pretty blessed here to have 3 good candidates in front of us, which is, you know, it is. And, you know, I mean, we had one sort of mindset, you know, 6 months ago, a year ago, and now, you know, you pull up what's happening in the marketplace, you got this virus. I mean, it's so interesting to see how everything can change as far as priorities and whatnot. So, you know, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it all turns out. Mr. Tungate, how are you? I would shake your hand, but I just made a speech on.
That's why I like sabotage your interview. Make sure they throw you out of here.
Thank you for those incriminating pictures. Those were very helpful.
Yes, I told you, you're at the NRA talking with the MAGA hats at the Trump rally. I told you I was gonna show you all the time. The question is why I was there, right? I don't really have an explanation.
Although I think he's on the verge of getting coronavirus, so.
Yeah, it's weird, like a lot of suspicious activity around it. He's being quiet and he's been around a lot of contacts.
I was like, then I got more interesting ones to ask anyway.
Now they don't like that, Marley.
Well, and it's like, all you have to do is touch your eye, shake someone's hand, they touch their eye, and, you know, game over. You have a pretty good chance you got it.
Which is why I'm reporting, because we have a debrief and giving all the details, but one of the things I've been told already is that this thing can be airborne for up to an hour or something, and it can be on surfaces for 2 or 3 days and still be contagious.
Thankfully, this is what happened with coronavirus, not with Ebola.
Oh my goodness. Right?
If it was that easy to catch Ebola.
But I think it's, I mean, this has to be a wake-up call. We can't wait to talk about the next planning period. Whatever we need to do now, and we need practice. And, because it, I mean, the world is getting warmer, resources are getting scarcer.
All our medication comes.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
We went through this in Oak Park a year ago with measles, because we had to deal with
We handled it terribly.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out with the medication in China, so this is what I can't get. They're charging hardworking men and women and families like $1,000 a pill. I mean, to basically put together a patent in the form of a compressed powder, you know, in some cases. What is the cost advantage of making it in China? I mean, at the end of the day, you're, you know, like, I don't get it. I mean, I could see making a highly labor-intensive product, like, you want to save money as a corporation, whatever. You know, I disagree, but, you know, fine. But like a pill that probably costs 3 cents to make, now you're making it for 2.5 cents? It seems like if we can do anything local for local, medication should be local for local.
Any cords, you know what I mean? Everything's cement, but not cement.
Well, somebody buys a stock in a drug company for $50. They want to sell it for a week for $51. So the only way you get there is by, you know, shaving costs on the backs of hardworking people or moving manufacturing over to save a penny.
But now China's threatening to cut us off.
Leverage. It's leverage. They probably said, we'll build the factory for free. Well, that's a great deal. Let's do it. Well, now it's leverage.
Yeah, well, it is. We may only get medicine to our own people.
I think you're wearing the same.
That's right.
The Oak Park uniform?
Wow, that's coordinated well.
Thank you, guys. Actually, I gotta grab.
Yes.
Hey, nice election.
I don't call very often, but since they're all kind of locked down in their facility, I thought I'd better find out what's going on.
Yeah, the same day with registrations really.
She's okay.
We knew it was gonna be busy, but we definitely have to get.
Terrified about November now.
people, even August, you know, just to literally just stand at the gate and do registrations, like, nobody ate.
Was it just nonstop?
We're back.
Can you do satellite registrations, like, up to the, like, weeks up to the like, say, hey, like, I don't know, like, at high school or at, you know what I mean?
We do high school registration.
So how many more infections are there now?
We do it twice a month.
There was one more.
One more today?
Instead of selling
Seven in-
Girl Scout cookies at the grocery
Seven in
store.
Michigan?
No, one more.
I don't know, I mean, like, it'd be interesting to see, like,
Double up, get a service badge while selling.
we just heard, meet people where they're at. You know, people buy groceries.
It was 20 feet all day of people.
That's nuts.
And it seemed like it was like the same age. Because it was almost like, did you all just get like a text message or something?
They
Go to
probably
sleep.
did.
No, that's probably what's happening, because it was like all of a sudden.
Was there like a particular day? How late we were gonna be here tonight? Very? What is?
And then they come in and then after we register them and all that, then just like the ballot.
Everything there was so amazing. And then
My father-in-law did. Oops.
yeah. 60 degrees to
Hopefully he comes back.
I'm sure he will. Get his 8 days of work in. He's retired, so he's got those are his 8 days of work a year, or 6 or whatever.
All right, is everyone good?
He goes tickets for, he went somewhere. And I said, so I got a really good deal on this vacation, so I'm hoping.
Just look at me every so often as it gets along.
I'll try to look at you, but you might have to make a commotion from time to time. Yeah, interpretive dance is perfectly acceptable at this point.
They give you the 5, we'll go 10 more.
You could throw stuff at me too. I got 3 kids. I'm good with getting beamed. Yeah, you better be accurate, because I don't want this poor man to get hurt.
Keep an eye on when we get started.
Appreciate it. All right, we are going to, it looks like we have everyone here. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We have our next candidate, Mr. Tungate. Welcome. Thank you again for making it out today.
Good evening, everybody.
We, same process as last time. We're going to go through a number of questions, some of them we prepared ahead of time. I think you have the intro question and the closing question already. We may have some follow-up questions for you and ask you to elaborate during the process. So we'll kick it off right away, Mr. Tungate, and we'll start with basically we've asked you to prepare a short 5-minute statement regarding your candidacy for the position. So please provide your opening statement, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And I think, as you know, I'm Eric Tungate. I'm currently the city manager of the city of Oak Park. First and foremost, I want to say that I am very grateful for the opportunity to be back here with you folks, and I very much appreciate it. I also want to say thank you to James Vetrano, who's done an outstanding job, in my opinion, in this search. And I want to thank the city's administrative staff as well. This is not always easy for the staff, but I think you guys and James and the staff have done a wonderful job keeping this process open and transparent and moving forward. So I want to thank you for that. The city of Royal Oak is at a critical juncture in its history. Most cities in the state of Michigan and elsewhere are at a critical juncture in their history. This is a time with economic uncertainty and even coronavirus that the city needs strong, dedicated, experienced leadership. And that's what I bring. That's what I bring to the table. In fact, my management philosophy is this. I don't think any problem is unsolvable. I believe most problems are man-made and therefore can be solved by us almost all the time. I am not going to bring cookie-cutter solutions to the table. I think this is a community that needs a custom, surgical approach to crafting solutions for our problems. Communication, good communication, externally and internally, is absolutely imperative to everything that we're trying to do. I would also say emotional intelligence is also very important to what we're trying to do. When I was communicating with the staff earlier today, I had a great time communicating with the staff, by the way. One of the things that was very clear to me is that they want to be heard. All people want to be heard, whether it's our staff or others. It is emotionally intelligent to listen. I'm an open door. I'm an approachable person in every way. And, fundamentally, no matter what position I've ever had in my life, no matter what stage in my career I've been in, I take the approach that compassion and kindness are the most important things in everything that we do. And that may surprise some of you to hear me say that, but that is absolutely the case. I believe that all of our employees and everyone can be a visionary. I don't think being a visionary is unique to the city manager position or the person occupying that position. I think the city manager's job is to shepherd those creative ideas and input into a formidable solution. I also believe that change must be a constant part of our operation. It's these city governments that don't prepare for change. And by the way, as I mentioned a moment ago, we're on the precipice of a major change, a major shift here. So it's time to look at, is our fund balance where it needs to be? What is our long-term projections? Have we done stress tests to determine, when we need to draw on these funds, are they where they need to be? Do we have reserves built up in some of our other funds? Those kinds of things. This is your home. This is my home. I live here too. And that, if you're wondering what my motivation for being here throughout this entire process and even here tonight, that's what it is. This is where I live. I want to see this place do very well, as I mentioned in my last interview. And you can bet that, like you, and I know you guys, ran for office in the positions that you hold, not because of the big paychecks. I know, the hours that you guys put in and the things that you guys do and the events that you attend is tremendous. You do it for the same reasons that I do my job, which is you want to see this community do well. And you want to make this place a little bit better than when you found it. That's the exact same thing that I'm here for. So my vision for the city of Royal Oak is this. I want the city of Royal Oak to be a thought leader, first and foremost. I want the city of Royal Oak to lead by example. I want it to be the city that all other cities look to. One of the things that I'm most proud of in Oak Park is that it has now become a city that other cities look to. And I was just reminded of this earlier today when I was, in between my coronavirus messages today to the public. The flood of 2014, we led the way in terms of how we communicated with the public. And it turns out that that's what I would like to see this city do more of. I'd like to see communication of our goals, projects, and ideas be at the forefront of everything. I'd like to see our employees' opinions and ideas incorporated into everything that we do because, let's be honest, they're the boots-on-the-ground resource. They know. I'd like to see our public services be efficient and directly meet the needs of our ever-changing city, especially now with all the things going on. And I'd like our residents to even more so feel that they're part of our cause. No matter what we're doing, they're part of our cause. And a lot of that ties back into communication. As I mentioned a moment ago, the financial well-being of the city is critically important, especially right now. The retirement systems have to be footed up. The fund balance, the general fund balance especially, has to be footed up. That's what we're going to draw from. That's our rainy day fund. All of the above, I think a recession readiness check needs to be done immediately, and I would say this no matter what community I was talking to right now. We also need to look at alternative ways to fund projects. We do a tremendous amount of grant-funded projects in the city of Oak Park. I know some are done over here. I'd like to see more of that done. Lastly, I'm a dedicated public servant. And like I said a moment ago, you came in your office wanting to make things better. Well, so do I. And I want to thank you all again for the opportunity to be here. And with that, I'm ready to take questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Perush.
If appointed city manager, please describe the process you would follow to both encourage innovation and evaluate the feasibility of new opportunities.
Well, that's part of our change mindset. Has to be part of our operation. So innovation and being a thought leader and leading by example, all of those things, we have to be the city who is leading the way in innovative projects. One I just mentioned was finding alternative ways to fund public projects. You've seen it done with public-private partnerships, you've seen it done with grant funding, et cetera. But I think that's one example of where this city could lead by example and lead the way and be a amazing place where innovation is happening all the time.
Okay, thank you.
A majority of the city full-time staff is unionized. Tell us about your experience with unionized labor, including your approach to collective bargaining and addressing grievances.
Well, I have personally negotiated countless union contracts over the years. I currently supervise union employees with 4 different divisions, 4 different contracts in the city of Oak Park. My approach to collective bargaining is exactly as it states. It's collective. You know, the traditional approach to collective bargaining has been, you know, you sit on that side of the table and I'll sit on this side, and then we'll try to trick each other into an agreement. And that's ridiculous. So my approach is not like that at all. First of all, I don't let people sit on opposite sides. We're not on opposite sides. We're all on the same side. And we all have the same interests. And in my experience, I have always had a whiteboard in the room where I can put up the numbers and I can say to them, you know what, you play city manager and you tell me what you would do. And 99.9% of the time, union employees bargaining a contract will make this almost the same decision as management because they too want what's in the best interests of the city.
Please describe in detail your approach to municipal budgeting, including the process you will use to prioritize funding needs and communicate important budget objectives to the elected officials, staff, and community.
The City Commission sets the priorities of the budget. So based on that, there is we're in the middle of this right now in the city of Oak Park. We ask for public input on the budget at one point in the process later on. But in the beginning, we, of course, the department heads submit their departmental budgets, and we go through a rigorous process of determining what is in the best interest of that specific department. We then go through the process of sitting down with city council and including the public and their input on, harnessing the best budget. And, one of the things in Oak Park is our elected officials over there are so disciplined, they have not touched our general fund balance in, I've been there 8 years, they haven't touched our general fund balance at all. And, we're sitting there now with a 20% plus general fund balance. And so now when these hard times are coming, we know that we're prepared for it as much as we possibly can be.
Talk a little bit about how the library in Oak Park is funded and managed and how you foresee the Royal Oak Public Library in the future of the city.
Well, our library is a little bit different. We do not have a district library in Oak Park. We have a PA 164 library. So we do collect a $500,000 through Public Act 164. And our library has an agreement with the city. The city provides employees that serve in the library for the library, even though they are city employees. We also have a lease agreement with our library. And a lot of this might seem kind of crazy, but it's not as uncommon as you might think across the rest of the state of Michigan. And really, the reason that we do it that way is because when you look at, certain costs, building maintenance, janitorial, et cetera, from an economies of scale perspective, the city can provide these services through vendors or through our own staff much, much cheaper than the library could. And obviously that's different than the library here. My general view on libraries is that libraries are instrumental and should be community hubs of whatever city they're in. I know my daughters both love the library here, so we've spent time in there. So libraries are transforming. They're becoming, not just where you go and check out a book. They're becoming community events centers. They're becoming, we have a teen center in our library in Oak Park even, where teens can come and just hang out, believe it or not.
I believe it.
Commissioner DeButt.
So, yeah, speaking of budget, clearly our budget, like other cities' budgets, under tremendous pressure from all different sides, and we have a lot of competing priorities. I'm just wondering what your perspective is on where environmental sustainability falls amongst those priorities. How does it integrate with those priorities?
Well, this kind of gets back to the question about innovation a little bit. The environmental sustainability, take out the word environmental, just sustainability. So as I was mentioning in my last interview, it turns out that environmentally sustainable projects oftentimes save you money if you do them correctly. We've done that in Oak Park. So what do I think in terms of what role they play in the city's budget and in the city's priorities? A huge role. You'd be putting your head in the sand if you didn't look at it that way, in my opinion.
We'll go with Commissioner Douglas and Commissioner
Yes,
Perush.
Mr. Tunge, in your opening remarks, you referred to a financial stress test or a recession readiness test. Tell us more about that.
Well, we've got I think, an economic downturn looming out here. I mean, we certainly have seen the volatility in the stock market in the last few days. Our analysts for our retirement systems in Oak Park have been predicting a recession now, for year after year for the last 3 years. No matter what, just from an industrial cycle perspective, we are going to see, if nothing more, we're going to see more of like a 1990, 1991 recession. I don't want to call it a normal recession, but that was more of a normal recession as compared to the 2008 recession. So what we need to do is look at, 5, 6 years down the road. You guys do project out more than 1 year, which is one of the things you want to do. But we need to look at game planning in terms of, okay, well, what are our reserve funds in all water and sewer fund, for example, or street funds, whatever it may be, solid waste. And are those funds, because these are fund accounts, are these funds capable of withstanding higher costs and whatever it may be? The general fund is the biggest concern I have. And it appears to me that the general fund balance of the city, you guys done a nice job in terms of balancing some of the capital improvement costs against this. But we need to look at, from a stress test perspective, if the economy dips and taxable value goes down by 20%, is the general fund, and then by virtue of that, the general fund balance, our reserve account for the general fund, prepared to handle that? Right now, on a long-term basis, I'm saying no. And obviously that's a concern. And this would be a concern for many cities. It's not unique here, that's for sure. It's easy to get caught in this mode of, the economy's good, taxable values have been going up. Royal Oak was very fortunate in the downturn. You guys had 2 years of downturn. In Oak Park, we had 7. So we're just now coming out of the downturn. So this has become a culture thing for us. I mean, it's part of saving these operational costs as part of our everyday lives over there. And that's just to name a few examples of a stress test that needs to be performed to make sure the city's well positioned for the future, 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the road.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perush.
You just answered the question that I had. My question was directly related to looking at the fact that we probably are heading for a downturn based upon the things that are going on with the virus and so on. What experience you've had in dealing with that kind of a stress, and you just answered that question in terms of how you've handled it in Oak Park. So I got my answer.
Mr. Mason.
You actually gave me a question based on that same answer, which was, you mentioned it took Royal Oak only 2 years and Oak Park 7. What was the distinction?
Well, so if you can imagine this, it all goes back to the strength of the housing market. I mean, it's that simple. So, Royal Oak has a stronger housing market. And that doesn't just mean higher taxable values, even though it does on average have higher taxable values. It also had a stronger housing market going in. Oak Park lost 47% of its taxable value, overall taxable value, in the last recession. So think about this now. So if you were a private business, you'd be out of business if you just lost half of your revenue. So I came into Oak Park in 2012, and they had a negative general fund balance. They had no reserves. Their reserves had been eaten up long before I arrived. And as I mentioned in my last interview, they said, here's the keys and go make this work for us. And if not, well, we'll have the state come in. And through oodles and oodles of different things, I mentioned a couple examples in my last interview, cost savings approaches, big and small, we dug out. Yes, we also had to raise revenue. I'm very grateful for the city council over there. They put a Public Act 345 millage on the ballot, and the voters approved it. And that allowed us the opportunity to offset about $3.5 million of long-term liabilities that we were currently having to spend right from the general fund. And so that was a big piece of it. Another big piece of it, and this is something that Royal Oak, I really think Royal Oak ought to do more often. Royal Oak right now is evaluating their fee schedule every 2 years. We do it every single year in Oak Park. We want to make sure that, you know, government entities aren't obviously gouging or making profit, but we want to make sure that our fee schedule resembles a complete offset of our costs. From year to year, believe it or not, that changes more than you might think. Well, in Oak Park, they hadn't done that in a very long time. So the first year, permit revenue was off the charts, partly for that reason. Then also, we've had a little bit of a building boom there. So, you know, we've seen more of that. Everything from that to investing our funds. We're not investing our excess city funds in the Oakland County investment pool. We were investing them in a private entity before I arrived, and we were making, you know, basic interest that you might make in a savings account. And in the investment pool, which we switched to about 5 or so years ago, you know, we're doing 7 and 8% interest on that money, and that's, you know, government entities can use that interest revenue towards its operations. So just a couple examples. I could probably talk all night about others, but for sake of time, I won't.
Okay, Commissioner Gibbs.
How would you describe your management and leadership style, and if you could describe both your strengths and your weaknesses? And I'm going to throw one more thing in there. Sorry.
Okay.
How do you plan to address accountability of your staff, but also your accountability to us as your boss?
Well, let me take that one piece at a time. So, strengths. You know, I am honest. I am extremely hardworking. I do not shy away from difficult situations. In fact, I welcome them. I'm not afraid of, you know, discontent among residents or others. That comes with the territory. Weakness, I am very impatient. And you know what? I've learned over the years that that can be good and can be bad, maybe. You know, you learn as a city manager in your first year of being a city manager that you're really just the chief delegator of responsibility. And so based on how you delegate and deliver that, and then ultimately hold people accountable, is everything. Now, for an impatient person, that's pretty difficult, because I grew up, you know, my parents said, if you know, if you can do it yourself, you can get it done, you can do it better, and those are some good values, I think, generally. In this job, though, it requires you to delegate responsibility, delegate projects. Now, as far as general accountability, this is just good communication. Accountability it's really driven by good communication. So, you know, we'll have a constant line of communication from day one. I'll probably talk to you guys, each of you, at least once a week, if not more. Right now, in some form or fashion, I talk to almost all of my city council members over in Oak Park, some of them daily, if not more. But it's just communication, you know, and especially when it comes to, you know, performance reviews and those kinds of things. In Oak Park, they had never performed performance reviews on any staff ever. And when I came, we instituted a performance review for even some of our union employees, believe it or not. And, you know, that is one way to formally hold people accountable. But I'm not against bringing someone into my office and saying, this is my expectation, you know, you didn't meet the expectation, and we need to make a different choice here. When that has to happen, I'm not against that. So I hope I answered all of your questions. I think so.
You did, not in the right order, but that's okay.
So, well, I like to mix it up.
You know, I have a couple follow-up questions on the management and leadership, and you kind of alluded to some of it, but, you know, it's a pretty open question. What is the harshest criticism you've ever received?
Oh, gosh.
Management role.
I think, boy, I've been called every name in the book over the years, too, by somebody here or there. You know, I think for me, it's that I'm too patient sometimes, if you can believe I'm saying that, given I just said that I'm impatient. I am impatient as a person, but I'm too patient with people who work for me sometimes. I think that would be the harshest criticism I've received, at least recently. And I am patient when it comes to a learning curve. I think people need to be given opportunities to succeed. You know, it's just like I was saying, if I'm hired, you know, I'm not going to come in on the first day guns blazing and, you know, be Mr. Know-it-all in this operation. That's just not respectful, and it's not smart. I'm going to be patient. That's the way this needs to be done. But again, I've received criticism. I'm sure many of you have over the years for various things, right or wrong, or true or not, doesn't matter.
Commissioner Douglas?
Apropos of that, how would you like us to measure your success? And what role would metrics play in it?
Well, I think it's critical that you guys perform annual performance reviews for your city manager, no matter who it is. So that's one way. But again, I will stress this, that communication between us is the best way. If I'm communicating with you regularly and actively, and vice versa, you with me, I'm going to know where you stand. It's not a guessing game. We're human beings. We're going to have a relationship. And our relationship has to be honest and open. And we have to share our feelings about, you know, where we're at with projects and whatever else. So I think that is the best way. But again, I think performance reviews and other things can be done. Right now, I'm required to have an annual performance review, and it changes every year in terms of what the style is, but I still have them, and I think that's one good way to at least, you know, set the record straight in terms of what is happening and how the performance is going.
The other part of my question was, what role do metrics play in your evaluation or in your management style?
Well, metrics play a very important role. You know, one of the things that you're starting to see in more local units of government, by the way, is a metrics-based, you know, priority-based budgeting, metrics-based budgeting, et cetera. And even when it comes to projects and things, you know, I require all of the department heads and their deputies who work for me to do a monthly update, a project matrix. And in that project matrix, they have to give me an update on every single project that they have been assigned. And if we didn't do that, quite frankly, I wouldn't know oftentimes where we're at on any given project. And that's not because we're not communicating effectively. That's just simply because there's so much going on that it is really, in some cases, all I have to refer to.
Commissioner Dubak.
So how do you think, what are the most common ways your staff would describe you?
I think compassionate is the first word they would use. Kind, vision. You know, I think visionary a little bit. I think, you know, I definitely am not afraid to share my ideas about where things need to go. But I'm you know, compassionate is, I think that's the greatest compliment. That's what's missing too much in government and in our society, in my opinion.
On so we talk a little bit about performance here in this one and management style. On the continuum of culture and performance, as far as a leader, what you drive in your organization, you know, where would you fall in that continuum? And let me qualify that question by saying the answer isn't in the middle, and it isn't both. But, you know, do you drive culture, or do you drive performance, and where do you personally fall on that, and what do you think is the most successful approach?
Well, I think in some ways, as a city manager, you're speaking generally as a city manager?
Yeah, in general, your management style and beliefs. Both.
I think the city manager has to drive the culture of the organization, the vision, and the performance. I mean, no question about it. The staff are going to look to the city manager to, you know, form their views about what it is to work at this city government. If they see the city manager performing at a high level and holding high expectations and, you know, communicating effectively, they're going to do the same. They're going to mirror that. You know, I added vision in there because, I think vision is something the city manager can drive as well. City commission can, you know, obviously drive vision just the same. but it's up to the city manager to carry out that vision and reach those objectives and goals.
So on the continuum, if you had to choose between, you had to make change and you had to push change, would you change to push changes in performance, or would you lean maybe more towards changing culture?
They're connected at the hip. I can't answer that separately. I think they are hand in hand. You can't improve performance if you've not, if you don't have a healthy culture. It just doesn't work that way.
Okay. Commissioner Macy.
So you talk about the centrality of compassion and being patient as part of your management style, which is great. When does an employee's performance lead them across the line of your compassion and patience and help them see the exit, and how do you handle that?
Well, first and foremost, I alluded to this a little bit in my last interview here. I take public service extremely serious. And if I find out that somebody else who works for me is not taking it as serious as I am, that right there is not going to work for me. That's going to be a problem. And I would have no problem telling them that. This isn't a game. It's not a, it's not a toy. It's not a trinket. This is serious stuff in some cases. And, our police and fire here in the city of Royal Oak, they're dealing with life and death situations. That's nothing to joke about. So, when people don't perform, and when it's abundantly clear to me that they're not going to, I have no problem making a different decision. I'm not, over the years, I'm a patient person, but up to a point, and then it's time to make a change.
Mr. Tungate, please give us an example of a time you faced an ethical dilemma. Tell us how you handled it and what you learned from it.
So I think this is, in hindsight, this is kind of a funny story, I think. So maybe you will, or maybe you won't find this funny like I do. But a couple of years ago, we have, in Oak Park, we have, I think, 2 or 3 7 or 8 story buildings. And so a couple of years ago, I received, numerous frantic phone calls from reporters asking me to send an officer up in a lift truck to grab a raccoon off the side of one of our taller buildings. And so, and I'm an animal lover, number one. Okay, so, for me, this became it's not so much an ethical dilemma, but a conundrum, because it's like you want to save this animal. How did it get there, first of all? But you want to save this animal, and you don't want to put an officer's life at risk. And so, much to the chagrin of the animal rights group that had come at this point in the media, I decided not to send an officer up in a lift truck and risk their life to save this animal. I became like public enemy number 1 from this animal rights group. Little do they know I'm an animal lover, so be it. But that was a tough decision, tough dilemma that I was put in. But at the end of the day, the priority that I have as a city manager is to make sure police officers, firefighters, whatever, that they're safe, first and foremost. And I couldn't, in all reality, send an officer up and deploy city resources for that. Turns out the raccoon ended up crawling down the side of the building and rescuing himself. So that's the funny part.
Thanks.
Commissioner Dubuck. So what's a unique or innovative policy or practice that you've seen either in another government or in the private sector that you think you could bring that would benefit the city of Royal Oak?
Well, if I'm hired, one of the things that I'm going to immediately look at is the way that we compensate our employees, the fringe benefit structure. I am fascinated with what's going on in cities in Oregon and California right now. What you are seeing is all of these different ways of, incentivizing your employees. I mentioned in my last interview, Royal Oak and Oak Park participate together on this health and wellness center. Well, they were doing that, 20 years ago. So, I was joking earlier too that, I'm considering allowing a masseuse to come into City Hall, and people during their break times can get a foot massage. Those sound like crazy ideas, but this is what's happening in municipal governments in other parts of the country. And lo and behold, the employees tend to be happier, healthier, more well-rested. And guess what? If they're all of those things, then they're going to perform at a higher level. Having exhausted employees does none of us any good. And so I would very much like to look at those various things, and just gave you a few examples. There's many more things I would have never thought of, but pretty amazing stuff.
So, and to follow up on that, I think there's a culture of cities looking to other cities for ideas. How do you identify the difference between what's a general municipal best practice and what's just a best practice for a particular city?
Well, to be completely honest with you, the first thought that I always have is, can we afford it? So, if we can't afford it, then, well, I guess we're not making it part of our practice, right? There has to be some reality strewn in here, too. But I think, when it comes to core services especially, these are tried and true in many other communities. They do the same kinds of core services. You'll know if they're, through experience, you'll know if those are best practices in those specific areas. There's only so many ways to plow snow. Although I did see a very unique way of plowing snow the other day, because people always complain. And I know my neighbors here complain because the snow gets plowed right up into our driveway. You guys should probably hear this all the time. But I saw a snow plow where the driver could pick the blade up within just a few feet and put it back down, pick it up, put it back down, to not plow it in the driveways. Now, there's a lot of driveways here, so the driver would be constantly doing that. But on some of our streets, it's something to consider, those kinds of things.
Just following up on innovation and change management and things of that nature. Based on what you know in the city of Royal Oak, do you see a need for any changes as far as how the departments are organized? Maybe even talk specifically, I know you come from a city that has a public safety environment versus, sort of this bicameral situation we have with that's more traditional. Can you talk about that? But not just on public safety, but just in general, things that you've observed and see maybe for improvement?
Well, first, I want to be clear. I'm not advocating for a public safety department here, so, not at all. I like the departments we have. I got to meet several officers today, had great conversations with them. Yeah, I think, economic development is probably the best example I can give you right now without, taking a real look under the hood here in great detail. Economic development and communications are really linked, and they're linked with the building department. We hear this stuff about one-stop ready and redevelopment-ready communities, and Oak Park is certified in all those things, by the way. So we've gone through those things in Oak Park, but if you're a business person and you're coming in to pull a permit, and what are you really looking to do? You're looking to talk to the planner, right? And then you're looking to talk to someone in the building department. So guess what? Let's put those departments together. That's one-stop ready. That's the person is making one stop. They don't have to go to 7 different buildings to, and that goes for fees too. Like, there's plenty of fees that can be looked at in the fee schedule that way too, and conjoined that way. But communications and economic development and building, communications, every economic development project succeeds or fails based on how it's communicated. Every city project succeeds or fails based on how it's communicated. So those departments are linked, very much so. In fact, in Oak Park, I have those departments all sitting in the same department, in the same physical location. I take it that seriously.
Mr. Macy.
I'm just curious, since you do have a combined public safety, but you wouldn't be recommending it here, do you not consider it to be a best practice?
I think that public safety departments, and now keep in mind, Oak Park has always been a public safety department since the city's inception, so they've never had a separate police and fire department. I think that cities need to find the best approach for their own needs. I don't think the city of Royal Oak is a good candidate for a public safety department, in my opinion. I think we've got tremendously good police and fire department, quite frankly. So I would not be advocating the combination of those two.
Okay. All right. So please describe a situation when you've disagreed with your governing board. How did you approach that difference of opinion and explain the result of the situation?
Well, how did I approach the disagreement? I mean, when we sit in our council meetings over in Oak Park, one of the great things is it's an open environment. We share our ideas. I go into situations knowing that I'm going to do my homework and I'm going to give you the facts and figures that I think are best suited for whatever we're dealing with. But I go into it knowing that sometimes I'm not going to be successful in soliciting people and moving them in whatever direction. But to me, this kind of gets back to what I said in my last interview, that the city commission here is the boss, and no matter what I think, it's up to me to share my opinions and provide information. But no matter what I think, at the end of the day, it is the city commission's way or nothing. That's how this government is set up. So I go into it knowing that I share my opinion. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but my voice has been heard.
Do you have examples where maybe you pushed back initially, where you had a board not necessarily accept and then you fought for that idea?
Well, we kind of have something like that going on right now. We are a community right now, just like Royal Oak, by the way, where, and I actually looked this up, you guys. Royal Oak allows 95-gallon garbage containers. In your contract with SACRA through GFL, the city allows that. And as a resident, I've always been like, why can I not use this 95-gallon garbage container? So in Oak Park, we do the same thing. We have Tringali in Oak Park, but we are in a big debate right now about providing one at our cost to every single resident, even though half of our residents have bought them for $68 at cost from the city. And by the way, that's one thing I would highly recommend. The city buy them at cost and let the residents come in, if nothing more, and purchase them. Why not? So, there's a debate going on about purchasing them with the city's money and making sure everyone has them versus, forcing the residents to buy them. I happen to think the residents shouldn't be forced to buy them. And then what do you do with the people who've already bought them? We have some people who have bought 2 or 3 or 4 of them. So I go into this conversation, and again, this is an ongoing conversation. We're going to resolve this during budget time coming up with City Council. But I go into it knowing I may not be successful. And guess what? We may have to budget to purchase trash receptacles for everybody in our community.
Mr. Mason?
Do you have any experience building consensus yourself in the governing board where there's maybe 2 sides of an issue and bringing those closer together?
Yeah, I probably could be a professional referee in some instances. We've had some pretty contentious issues over the years. I mentioned liquor by the glass in my last interview, and the city council that is currently in office over there was not the same city council that was in office at that time we were having that debate. And, it was split. It was split on, let's put this out there on the ballot, and, we can't do that. We don't want to disrupt people's lives. And, just like I mentioned before, at the end of the day, I was able to, through presenting the idea, liquor by the glass as an economic development tool, as opposed to, taking on people's religious views or whatever it is, and that won the day. And it was placed on the ballot, and obviously it passed. And that's what it is. It's an economic development issue altogether. It's not intended in any way, shape, or form to, offend people's religious views or social views or whatever. So,
Commissioner Baruch?
Okay. What is your approach to managing the various elements of public communications, like print media, traditional digital media, social media? And then the second part of the question is, as part of your management process, how do you determine key stakeholders to communicate to and appropriate spokespersons to use to make those communications?
Mayor, may I interject here? This was a question I submitted in the process, and wasn't transcribed correctly. It should be, how do you determine key messages and appropriate spokespersons, not key stakeholders, if that makes a difference, and it does. Sorry, I meant to mention that after the last round.
Well, I think with regards to key stakeholders, this has to be part of an ongoing relationship. This community is a little bit different than Oak Park in the sense that, there's a downtown business community here, for example. So it's absolutely critical that, one of the first things I do is gather up, some of the downtown stakeholders, some of the DDA board members, property owners in different neighborhood associations and things, and block clubs, and start having a, direct, open dialogue with them, ongoing. And through that process, obviously, the key stakeholders and the ones that are going to communicate the message on our behalf are going to be identified. As far as, I think your question was asking me about communication mediums, and, my view towards that is, it's like a buckshot approach. I don't think, we just did a survey in Oak Park, by the way, and Oak Park's, you wouldn't think this would be the case, because Oak Park's median age is a little bit older than Royal Oaks. And we did a survey, and about 700 people responded to this survey, and they said that Facebook was the #1 source of information. And with our, average age being a little higher, I would have not thought that. But when you consider that, you have to think that, well, social media has to be part of your approach. Whether we like it or not, it has to be part of our approach. Well, so does robocalls. So does videos. One thing you'll notice about me is I'm not afraid to record brief 30-second videos and just get them out on social media. And you know what? People watch those videos more than you would ever imagine, because it's easy. They can just click on it and get the information they need. As I mentioned, I also host a TV show where I provide information every other month. And, press releases. We've gone so far to have regular, not recently, because this is sort of a dying thing now, but we sit down with editorial boards for local newspapers, give them the due and respect that they deserve, obviously. We want to make sure that they have the message directly from us. Among many other things. I'm probably forgetting some, but really everything. There's no silver bullet here. This is everything. And in terms of, I think you also asked me in terms of how do I make sure that message is clear. Well, I'm intimately involved in crafting that message. I'm kind of a wordsmith, so I take a very intimate role with crafting press releases. And actually our policy in Oak Park, and I don't know what the policy is here, but the policy in Oak Park is that they do not release a press release unless I've given them the final go-ahead for that very reason.
Just a follow-up question. I think because of the nature of Royal Oak, we tend to be more of a focus from some of the bigger media outlets in the region. We'll get calls from reporters from the Detroit News and the Free Press and the television stations and WJR and so on, perhaps a lot more so than they tend to pay attention to a smaller community. Do you have good working relationships with those major media players in the region?
I have for years. The Detroit News, the Detroit Free Press, for years in various positions. I've had nothing but good relationships. One example of this relationship that we had a couple years ago, I won't name names here, but I had a staff member in my recreation department who instituted, just on their own, without any input from us, instituted a ban on clown costumes at our Halloween bash. And now this made it to CNN. This made it to, Fox News and, you name it, because we were this little community, banning clown costumes. So when I sat down with a reporter from the Detroit News, because I wanted to give the local newspaper the story first, obviously, I said to this reporter that we made a mistake, and this is ridiculous, and we're going to reverse this so-called ban because it's our mistake, and it's not right. And that level of honesty and directness, they appreciate that very much. We will make mistakes. We do make mistakes, but we got to own it too. And I think the media respects that.
You talked about being a thought leader. Royal Oak, like most cities, has shifting demographics and a growing senior population. Can you talk about some of the challenges surrounding the silver tsunami and how Royal Oak can be a thought leader in that area?
I'll give you one example. It's a little bit of a selfish example because I live right across from Red Run Park. But, you know, there are, 50 or so parks in the city of Royal Oak, which is outstanding. I would like our parks to be the best parks ever invented, meaning, you know, our parks become community hubs. They become, you know, not just places where we're putting, you know, children's play equipment, even though that's important, but things, you know, where seniors can go and play games and hang out and whatever that means. But there's a perfect opportunity here for that. You know, Campus Martius Park is a good example of how a park can transform a city in a lot of ways. There's no reason why our parks can't do the same thing. I happen to also think, actually, I'm pointing that way, but the park's going to be right here, right?
Yeah.
Right where we're sitting. I think this park is absolutely critical to the city's future. This park will be a fundamental piece of this city forevermore, long after we're gone. And this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to be a thought leader, to be an innovator, all of the above, to make sure that this park that we're currently standing and sitting on is the tops, whatever that means. Not suggesting I have the answers, but I do think this is a tremendous opportunity, and it would be a wasted opportunity if we didn't do that.
Please identify specific challenges you think you may have when transitioning from your role as a city manager of a city smaller than Royal Oak. How do you plan to address those challenges?
Well, you know, first, it's hard to leave a city when you've been there for 8 years. So it's going to be a challenge just to unwind. And you know, we have, one of the things that I'm also proud of in Oak Park is we have succession plans in every department, including in the city manager's office. So I have no doubt that my second in command can pick up the reins and run with it. You know, I think one of the challenges here is going to be just getting my arms around all of the employees, all of the issues, you know, facilities, and all of those things. And because it is so much larger, it's going to take just that much longer. You know, I want to make sure I'm very surgical about the way that I approach this stuff, including the way I approach the employees. My intent would be immediately to meet with every single employee. That'd be job one. Meet with every single one of you as well. So I think the concern would just be it's just going to be a process. It's a major transition of leadership. Can I expand on that? One thing I didn't mention, I want to say. I have no concerns, however, about how I would be able to run the budget, all those other things. I have zero concerns about that. Bigger doesn't mean harder in that case. It's pretty much the same principles.
Royal Oak is a place for everyone. This is a multi-part one, so get your notes out or
All right,
count on
I'm
your
taking
fingers.
notes,
Royal Oak is a place for everyone. The city places a high value on its reputation as a welcoming and diverse community. How would you approach the challenge of balancing strong economic development and increasing housing values with maintaining a socio-economic diverse community?
I didn't need to take notes for that question, and I appreciate that question. I'll tell you why. This is one of the most important things that inner ring suburbs like this one can be doing right now, which is to make sure that we are creating a sustainable city. Sustainability means many things. You know, we talked a moment ago about environmental sustainability, but how about housing stock sustainability? So, and I'm not just, you know, paying this lip service. I'm doing this. We are the only inner ring suburb that I know of right now, Oak Park. We have 2 affordable housing projects going on right now, and that's still not enough. This community is not affordable. We don't have a, you know, a wide breadth of socioeconomic, you know, differences here. It's not also just not practical or sustainable to think that we can continue to bring these very expensive homes and lofts and other things into the community and let all these rich people live together and away we go. It's not reality. Successful cities, and this is actually getting into more of this best practice stuff even, you'll see successful cities implement a affordable housing policy where, you know, yeah, come build your high-end lofts, but 20% of those high-end lofts have to be affordable. You're seeing some of this in the city of Detroit. You're seeing some of this in New York and other major cities. But you're not seeing a lot of this in the metro area here. It's a shame. You know, there's nothing, diversity is not going to be created, you know, income diversity even, if it just continues on the path that it is. We want to be a place where everybody feels welcome, everybody feels comfortable. And the only way to do that is to create a long-term sustainable housing policy, affordable housing policy. That is so critical, and you hear about that all the time in other areas. Unfortunately, in Michigan, we're not really taking that on the way we should.
I sort of have a follow-up to that, or I do have a follow-up, not sort of. How would you address this with, Royal Oak has about a 30% senior population. How would you address this for our senior communities?
Well, you know, I should have clarified a little bit better, but this includes senior housing. This is in line with this affordable housing thing I'm talking about. A lot of seniors are on fixed incomes, obviously. So it applies to them too. There's not nearly enough senior housing in Oak Park or even in Royal Oak here, as there should be. And it's going to, in my opinion, this is going to be something that this commission right here and others like it in the metro area and elsewhere are going to have to deal with and contend with. And you're going to have to help shape policy to figure that out. But yeah, I mean, seniors and you know, lower income folks need places to live too.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? We've got about 5 minutes left. Okay, Mr. Tungate, for the last question here, can you provide us a 2 to 3 minute closing statement regarding your interest and your candidacy, please?
Well, yes, and again, I want to thank all of you guys, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here again. Throughout this process, one of the things that I have evaluated and taken into consideration is that I happened, and I'm saying this more as a resident now, but I happen to think you guys are doing a great job. And, you know, you guys have taken a careful look at almost every single issue that this city is dealing with, and that's all I can ask. And that's meant a lot to me as a candidate for this job. Obviously, I'm going to report to you. So for me, I need to know that you get it. And guess what? You do. You get it. I think that's great. You know, I've said this a bunch of times. I'll say it again. I'm a candidate that is going to come in and hit the ground running. I've been in Oak Park as a city manager for 8 years. And, you know, except for the time it's going to take to get acclimated in the beginning, I intend to hit the ground running and make things happen. The first 90 days of my employment are going to be met with, you know, obviously, you know, the budget process is going to be coming together. So it'll be, you know, obviously getting knowledgeable and acclimated to the budget, but also going to every department. I want to ride along with DPW employees. I want to ride along with police officers. I want to ride along with firefighters because I want to know what this world is like from their eyes. And I want to participate in that. So I want to get a hands-on, boots-on-the-ground understanding of that. Also, as I mentioned, I want to meet with key stakeholders throughout the community, block clubs, neighborhood associations, business people, etc. I want to review all things, including, compensation and you name it, because I want to make sure that we have a succession plan and, our communications and customer service responsiveness is where it needs to be. This job for me is the only job as a city manager that I would apply for. It's not a job for me. This is my life. This is our life, my family's life. So for me, it's not a job. This is a career. This is our community. So, I very much look forward to the opportunity to helping you guys advance this community and keeping the progress up. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Tungate. Well, we're grateful for you making time again to come talk to us at, almost 10 o'clock at night.
You guys have a late night ahead of you.
We typically have a late night every Monday.
But today's Thursday.
Today's Thursday, so, it's sort of our MO. We've certainly done a lot here, so grateful for your participation tonight. And as you know, I think we'll be discussing this on Monday for sure.
Fantastic. Thanks.
All right, thank you for coming
Appreciate
out.
it. Thank you.
All right, I have the 40-plus-year-old privilege now to call a quick recess for just a few minutes, and I'm going to take it, along with my other 40-plus-year-old colleague.
That was for 60-plus-year-old men.
Yeah, us too.
This was appropriately timed by day, because I'm gonna need that excuse.
12 now. 12 now.
Yeah, they were gonna get those lab test results back in a wave, and they're all coming in.
Oh, heck.
Well, if everybody's taking a break, I might as well too.
What good news do you have for me now, Dennis?
Oh, I'm a bringer of good news, that's how up to 13 now, and
Really?
governor making an understatement.
Wow.
Well, with, with the school superintendent too.
We're the state
Yeah,
superintendent.
Not in
States.
Oakland County, Washtenaw County.
Not in
Couple.
Oakland County, or
Another two in Oakland.
two more? Big things.
Couple in Kent.
Interesting. Walt Disney World is closing, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
Complaining to Melanie, come back in a long week, and she's like, oh, right. So it's like, oh.
So you gotta look out for it, like,
with all these like acceptable stamp from work, right? All the kids are home, everyone's got to stay home. If Netflix crashes, the only case them found so far because of local. Everybody's ready. People are losing their
Mine
minds.
wasn't working today.
Oh, I'm sure the demand is spiking.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, no.
The primary concern is the toilet paper situation. That's a big deal in the Donahue house. Did you stock up? No, we didn't stock up. I'm like, God, relax. People are freaking out. My daughter's at the store. Anna? Crazy.
Jean, the door person, said she went to Costco today, and they were lined up to where the toilet paper is, the lines to check. I go, you stayed? Why
do people
did you stay?
Paper situation.
It's so odd.
Are toilet paper factories in trouble because of the virus? Like, what is going on? They told people, like, you need 2 weeks supplies of stuff. Initially, they said it was prepared to be emergency. So it was like,
what's this?
It's like panic creates. I think it's like it's a thing that household people don't realize how much they have to use. And so like, I just need all the toilet paper.
Right.
We don't have anything to do.
So I'm
with
not a
it.
biologic,
So, thievery at our office, we instituted a certain security system for our toilet paper.
I'm not a biological scientist, but if you're buying toilet paper and you're afraid there's gonna be a shutdown, you're not gonna eat as much? Isn't that like a disproportional, logic?
Start rationing. I just give my kids 2 sheets. Wash your hands. Wash your hands.
2 crackers, 2 sheets.
Can you spare a square?
Can you spare
That's right.
Squares?
Go for a walk in the woods, kids.
And I thought if worst comes to worst, like, I mean, I got a shower, and, you know, an old town, like of all the things I'm gonna stock up on, I'm gonna stock up on food. Like, why would I stock up on toilet paper? Like, I don't wanna run out.
Costco was literally out of pasta. I think you could just buy like the plain bags of pasta.
How's your supply of toilet paper?
My wife.
I got my stuff in advance. I didn't stock, we did not have huge supplies of
Like, I was just trying to do my normal grocery shopping. I didn't know the world.
We just have, I mean, like, I did the math.
A friend of mine
We got like, you know, the regular size one a couple weeks ago.
$6.72 a gallon or whatever the
Food to
container
get us through
is.
2 weeks. So,
But I
yeah,
was
after
at
that, I mean,
Meijer,
I don't think the stores
was
are.
it for the weekend, and I saw some on the clearance aisle. It was like cheap Meijer bleach, but it's still bleach. I went to the dollar store for $1.
And I'm remote now because U of M is.
It's a temporary
all
spike
remote,
because like
so-
production is still the same.
Actually,
So
today
the
off
shelves
anyway,
are
because
get
we were supposed to go to
replenished.
District 4 with my 5th grade class.
But then people
my
won't need it
fifth
for
grade
3
class,
weeks.
but-
Right. And people are not gonna need it, like, for the next year and a half. They're gonna buy it all now.
I mean,
Same with toilet paper. I was told we're at a, why is there a shortage of toilet paper?
I just think it's something that people
So they still
can
have not
comprehend
closed
that
the
they have
schools,
control
however,
over in a situation that's
literally
very
all after-school
disorienting and
activities, even the ones that aren't
disruptive for
school
people.
related. if
And
they
like,
take
when
place
I know
on
it's
school
toilet
grounds
paper,
or around school.
need toilet paper.
And we always need toilet paper, so I can stock up on that.
Exactly, it's
right?
not gonna
First
go
it was just
bad.
like concerts and.
Yeah, right, it's not gonna go, but,
Old
well,
folks would come gather as
can,
well, but
but-
now they're.
Oh, like, is it gonna
practices
become
are
the new
canceled.
currency?
good point.
And there's stuff all over social, like, because it'll be like 4 rolls of toilet paper and a bottle of hand sanitizer. Like, looking this way for a 2005 Ford 1200.
Ellie, don't lowball me, I know what I have here.
Oh, really? Oh. My kids are mad because even the schools around us that aren't closed yet are closing tomorrow, so they can do a professional development. $300. So, and my kids are like, why? We're not doing that. But I
That
wonder
being
if at
said,
10,
the economic
things will
impact is
change.
real. It's gonna be real.
Like, I mean, I told them, as soon as you get a single confirmed case in any Royal Oak Schools family, that'll be the end. But maybe it'll happen
Today,
sooner than that.
today in court, I stuck my hand out to a guy, I have, an attorney I haven't seen in.
Probably in for an
years.
extended Easter
I
vacation.
saw Randy down in 36th District today too. But, I stuck my hand out and he's like, oh, I have the cough.
No, because Easter's pretty late. Easter's
All right, I think we got everybody. I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. And welcome, Mr. Brake. Thank you for coming back all the way from West Virginia again. And certainly in light of some of the issues we're seeing with traveling and precautions, we're really grateful that, you know, you decided to bless us with your presence today.
Oh, well, thank you. It's good to be here.
So, you probably have a little idea similar to last time.
I do.
We're going to go through a series of questions, some prepared.
Right.
Probably this time around, though, we're going to ask a lot more follow-up questions to your answers and try to get to know a little bit more about you. We're going to start off with the introductory question, which I think all the candidates got the first question here to kind of introduce yourself, and then we'll start going around the table and go from there. So. We've asked you to prepare a short 5-minute statement regarding your candidacy for the position. Please provide your opening statement, sir.
Okay, well, very good. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you again for this opportunity to have this conversation with you about the prospect of working as your next city manager. I'm an executive level administrator with extensive experience with multiple local government agencies in Michigan and elsewhere. So I've worked in the private sector under a profit loss arrangement, and based on my experience, I bring thoughtful consideration to every challenge that I face, and I do not bring a cookie cutter approach from working at just one organization. I've worked at a few over my career. And these solutions enable me to manage complex issues using tactful, patient, and persuasive leadership and communication skills. During the first round of the interviews, I spoke only very briefly about the current organization that I work for and where I am a resident. And I think it's important I spend a little bit of time telling you about Morgantown, West Virginia. Morgantown is a community of 30,000 population and is the home of West Virginia University. The total enrollment of undergraduate and graduate students is a little less than 30,000, making us about 60,000. Of those students, they come from 118 different countries across the globe. 100 languages are spoken in Morgantown. So 9 months out of the year that our population peaks during that time. Morgantown has some very high-profile employers who perform cutting-edge research and services to the residents locally and far away. J.W. Ruby Hospital is WVU's medical flagship hospital with 690 beds. They are certified as a level 1 trauma care for adults and level 2 for pediatric care. They're, aside from the emergency care services, patients come from nearby in Pennsylvania and Maryland. So it's a broad reach of the medical services that they provide. Morgantown is the home of various federal research facilities and national headquarters of the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. And with the university and the hospital system and research employers, it provides a very robust economy in Morgantown. Visitors far and wide travel to Morgantown to root for the Big 12 WVU Mountaineers. On football Saturdays, our population swells well above 100,000. According to the Convention and Visitors Bureau, we have 1.7 million visitors who spend overnight stays in the greater Morgantown area, which predominantly those hotels are in the city of Morgantown. Additionally, there are 5 million visitors that travel to the greater Morgantown area. Thus, 6.7 million visitors travel to their jewel of the state. The city of Morgantown operates the Morgantown Municipal Airport, which is the busiest in terms of total operations in comparison to any other airport in the state of West Virginia. Why am I bringing up so much information about Morgantown in my opening statement? What I want to relate to you that I manage a municipal government operation in a very dynamic ecosystem. And it's a very large system. Our daytime population is about 70,000, which I'm submitting to you is very similar to Royal Oak with the dynamic employers that we have and alike. So the rest of my work history is in the state of Michigan in all forms of local government. I've worked at the city, county, and township levels. I'm well-versed in Michigan taxation and labor relations law. In addition to my current employer, I've successfully operated in a state that has a completely different taxation system. We alluded to it in my first round of the interview. Why is that important? I think it gives me the ability to, a new appreciation of the taxation system in Michigan. There's times that we have to question our assumptions to come up with better answers. And that's what I draw on that experience. So, why am I interested in this position? As I stated before, Royal Oak is a very dynamic, high-profile community that offers many quality-of-life amenities unmatched by anyone in the state. I've worked in an office in downtown Royal Oak, and I've been struck by the vibrancy and the diversity of the community, and that's what's really drawn me here. So when it was asked previously at the first round interview how long I plan to stay, I take this as a very serious commitment. And this is something that where I don't want to keep making this transition, and I want to convey to you that I'm really looking for a long-term commitment. So in wrapping up the comments with regard to what I would like to, my kind of future plans if I were appointed, that I know that once arriving in Royal Oak that it would be immersed into your budget process. So based on our state mandated laws, we're just finishing up our budget in Morgantown. Next Tuesday, we're going to have a public hearing and we're done, and looking at your budget calendar, what I anticipate here, that I'd be right back into it. I think based on that budgeting experience would lend well to expertise to the position. So with the amount of construction that you have with the new city hall and the police station, I would want to come up to speed and to provide the guidance and expertise that I've gained on many of the very complex construction projects that we have conducted in Morgantown. So, and let me give you a kind of an idea of some new initiatives that I would bring and perhaps already enhancing some of the efforts that are already underway. I'm really intrigued with the concept of smart cities. And that brings in technology of where we can help determine sustainable, lasting solutions to the most vexing problems that are encountered. Additionally, we talked very briefly about the importance of neighborhoods. Really is the foundation and the stability of our community. Of your 21 neighborhood organizations and block groups and homeowners association, I would like to enhance that conversation because I've been able to do that before and add value to the communication to those groups. Lastly, coming from a university community and all the resources that they have, not having a major university here, nevertheless, with the great institutions that we have in this state, there's no reason why we couldn't conduct a conversation, tap into that knowledge base, and to help us with, again, going back to that concept of smart cities and help us to solve the most vexing problems that we face today. So that concludes my remarks, and I hope I'm within 5 minutes.
Commissioner Perush.
I have the first question. If appointed city manager, please describe the process you would follow to both encourage innovation, which you've touched on to some degree already, and evaluate the feasibility of new opportunities.
I would say to foster innovation is to really look within the organization. Earlier today, I met some pretty amazing employees that were truly dedicated to their job. As I spoke in my previous interview, that I've tried to instill that culture of where employees we pay our employees to think. And if they can come up with solutions and that are the ones that are closest to the problems that they face, that would be one suggestion that I would have. On the flip side, what is already done here is really looking at private-public partnerships. And if there's firms that have the technical capability, I have successes of working with many different private providers and have worked obviously as a private sector sort of firm in that regard. Getting to the other part of your question is really understanding what is next and going beyond just best practices, but what are next practices. And here's kind of the takeaway that from the Harvard program that has really resonated with me is this notion of adaptive solutions. And part of that is experimenting, not being reckless, but to roll out a new program to see how that will work. And it could be through a pilot program, we can call it any different way, but that would perhaps be a way that a solution can be rolled out. So those are kind of 3 instances that I would say that is the approach that I would take.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Macy.
A majority of the city full-time staff is unionized. Tell us about your experience with unionized labor, including your approach to collective bargaining and addressing grievances.
So in my past life, especially when I worked for Meridian Township, which I know for any of you that several of you have attended Michigan State University. So Meridian Township is a suburban community just outside of East Lansing. I worked there 13 years and I was the chief labor negotiator. So we had 8 bargaining units and I completed the successful negotiation of 30 agreements in that of promoting a system of mutual trust and moving forward and living within the means of our financial resources. So I'm very well versed in Michigan labor laws in that regard, and those few unfortunate instances where we breach impasse and go to compulsory arbitration are very well versed in that as well. Here's what's important to me is what's kind of during the span that when I worked at Meridian is really used approach which is called interest-based bargaining, which is an entirely different dichotomy of how you go about and really understanding the needs and the language that you use. And using that method, there were 3 contracts that I was able to ratify prior to the expiration of those agreements. So I feel very comfortable in that arrangement and giving guidance and, to be a policy advisor to you and put this into context and what this means. And that, I tell you, was an invaluable experience that I gained working for Meridian Township.
Please describe in detail your approach to municipal budgeting, including the process you will use to prioritize funding needs and communicate important budget objectives to the elected officials, staff, and community.
As I indicated before, so the state of West Virginia requires us, we are just completing our budget process right now. We're on a July 1 fiscal year, but getting to the key part of your question is really looking at the strategic priorities that you all establish. And so in reference to that, looking at where we're placing the greatest amount of emphasis, whether it's in public safety, sustainability, equity, and inclusion. My role as the city manager is to translate that and to explain that in the cover letter and drawing those dotted lines and showing, making the connections that we're carrying that out. Of course, when you mention priorities, there are times that we faced in the Michigan economy, when I look at the mid to late 2000s during the recession and when we had fewer resources. And have to be very innovative and looking within the organization, and sometimes there's where we have to make reductions, and that would be the least possible alternative. But nevertheless, our economy unfortunately is fragile. So I've lived through that environment before. But I would say that at least in Morgantown, that we've had about a steady 5% increases in our budgets overall. We've added new programs. We've really enhanced the services and the quality of the level of services that we've provided to the residents. But I would say that that's something that I'm very skilled and very well-versed in, and I've worked on budgets all of my career. I started out as a budget analyst just a few years ago, and so those are some traits that I've gained and I think would be very valuable.
Commissioner Bruce?
Just a little bit of a follow-up question on the same topic. You alluded to a recession, and given the activities that are going on now with the virus and so on, and the economic activity that is happening, it's relatively clear that if we're not headed for a recession, or at least headed for some significant economic challenges. Given that possibility or probability, does it seem daunting to you to make a significant professional change at the same time that we might be looking down the barrel of a gun in terms of an economic situation, which might require not only dealing with a new budgeting situation in a newer community, but also with this potentially overwhelming economic issue that we're all going to be facing?
Well, in the city management profession, we rise to the challenge. Here's where I think in kind of knowledge and wisdom, and of working in the profession as long as I have, really taken a kind of a calm, measured sort of approach. I think there's certain indicators that we have to look in the economy. The last time that the recession really occurred and what hurt everywhere is in lending that occurred on home buyers. And the banks overextended themselves and bundled loans and things like that, and that's what's really added to the recession. And I think because of the safeguards that are now in place, from what I've read, and I would look at the economists to help guide us, that the hope is that whenever we get past the coronavirus, that the economy can pick back up. However, with that being said, I can tell you in Morgantown, we have used, there's an economist that puts together a regional outlook, and it's in our budget document, and invite any of you to look our budget documents on our webpage. And it's a pretty matter-of-fact sort of conversation about, in our part of the state, in north central West Virginia, is very strong, but kind of a fragile economy because it's based on oil and gas. I would look to our experts at the University of Michigan that do the statewide sort of projections, what will occur, and get those key indicators and give us a real good handle. But I think at the same time, taking a very measured approach. I think we need to be very careful about that. The hope is that we wouldn't repeat the problems that we experienced in the mid-2000s. But I wholeheartedly agree with you. It's unfortunately it's that old saying that when the automobile industry catches a cold, and then the rest catches pneumonia. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dubak?
So, as you know, municipal budgets are under tremendous pressure. We've got a lot of competing, equally important priorities. I'm just wondering, in that context, particularly with the specter of an economic downturn, from your perspective, where does environmental sustainability fall as a budgeting priority? It's often characterized more as a nice to have.
It is important. There's a cost savings part of that, but from a long-term perspective, that's where we need to spend our time and energy on. So I alluded to before, in Morgantown, we work with this group. It's a group of scientists and professors that it's a volunteer committee. It's called the Green Team. And they put together this industrial assessment center where and I spoke about that in the first interview. The important part that's the measurables out of that, not only the reduction of the cost of energy that we're using, but reducing what they projected that fully carrying out these improvements that we would reduce gas house emissions of carbon dioxide by 300 tons on an annual basis. I mean, that's pretty significant. And so, getting to your question, sometimes you have to make a sacrifice, but I think if there's measurables that you can say that we are making a significant difference, and the hope is that in the public sector, that again, that we take the lead, and the private sector will recognize that and will follow our lead. So.
Okay, Commissioner Gibbs.
Could you please give us an example of a time where you faced an ethical dilemma and how you handled it and what you learned from it?
That is a very good question. I don't know if it's so much an ethical dilemma. So in the state of West Virginia, for instance, there is an ethics oversight board in that regard. Last year during our budget process, our city attorney was an employee, and I made the proposal per the city attorney, and it was collective on our part to privatize that function. It wasn't so much an ethical dilemma per se, but yet it was scrutinized by that outside agency, and there was no wrongdoing that came out of that. The important part along the way is that involved outside law firms that evaluated how we conducted this process, because there were individuals that, for whatever reason, were questioning how this went about. And just for the record, I'm not saying if I come here that I would privatize the city attorney, so I want to get that out there. But nevertheless, that was an ethical challenge in that we needed to conduct ourselves ethically in that regard. I'm not thinking of any other instance, but that was one that comes to mind and was challenged. And the documentation that was done through this process of being very open and transparent along the way, and there were a variety of reasons why we looked at this different, I call it a business arrangement, but nevertheless, that the ethics is very important. It's paramount to the profession. I belong and a member in good standing with the ICMA, and that's part of our code of ethics, is that we show that ethical behavior.
Thank you.
So I hope I gave you a good answer.
Mr. Brake, how would you describe your management and leadership style? Please identify both strengths and weaknesses related to your style.
Okay. I see myself in this term that's a servant leader, where I put the good ahead of my own needs and for the greater good of the organization, and lead by example in that regard. As a leader, I'm very calm and very measured in that regard. And I think in the change management, and I brought that up with the department directors today. I think I mentioned to you that, so in Morgantown, I've been there 3 years, and I've worked for 14 different council members. In Grand Blanc, I was there 4 years, and I worked for 15 different council members. And in that, bringing about kind of that sense of calm when there's that transition that occurs along the way. So I think by being very calm and measured. So answering the flip side of that, where's my weakness, and that's in being very calm and very patient. It takes a lot to ruffle my feathers, and when minor misbehaviors occur, or if I allow too long for a project to take. That is, I'm consciously aware of, and address that and really make a conscious effort. But that, I would say that I am who I am, and so that's kind of recognizing and giving you kind of an insight to how I work.
Thank you.
Sort of following up on that question, what's the harshest criticism that you've ever received as a leader? Not personally, but just as a manager leader.
There's instances that I can think of that I think bringing about change and going through having to describe what the pain that we have to go through in order to achieve that change. And let me give you an example. 3 years ago that we received a federal grant to increase the workforce of our fire department through the SAFER grant. And this is kind of the what's being talked about back in Morgantown right now. So the grant is expiring, and I produced a budget and began the conversation with the council. What sort of employee complement, what sort of workforce did we want in the fire department? What I proposed initially was just a very measured sort of looking at some very small changes to some fees and things like that, and only retaining one half of the workforce. And what the criticism was swift and fierce. Said, well, you recognize that you needed these 12 new firefighters. Why aren't you keeping them? And alike. So Tuesday of this week, I worked with the council and said, here's some options, and looking at what is the pain that we can endure, or what is the way that we can go about this, and very carefully walk through. It could have been easy for me to, do that on the front end. In my view, in my professional view, it was worthwhile having that dialogue, because I believe that the council members now have done their due diligence and can speak more confidently, and we will have a public hearing that there will be individuals that do not want to endure that pain. And that's part of the process of kind of walking through that change management, and to look at the alternatives and alike. I think it makes us better decision makers, that we can come up with, if there's a solid understanding, and making an informed decision.
Kind of just maybe playing off that point you made about change. When you come into a new organization, you're going to look to make changes, and you'll identify things. Sort of where does your priority lie on the continuum of culture versus performance? As far as pushing change. What's your priority on that continuum? And I mean, the easy answer is both, or in the middle, but
Right.
Try to think beyond that, really. And there's no right or wrong answer, but what's your personal style or personal mission when it comes to that?
Coming in new to an organization, and that goes back to the statement that I said earlier of not coming up with a cookie cutter solution. I respect kind of the traditions that exist in organizations, because they exist for a reason. But at the same time, kind of questioning our assumptions. So getting to what you were talking about in performance, of compiling some meaningful metrics that for the whether it's staff or at a high level, that out of those metrics that individuals have aha moments. And I can tell you, when I worked in Grand Blanc, I worked with the department directors there at the time. There was this benchmarking consortium, and there was all sorts of metrics and datas and things like that. And the whole idea of the consortium was to compare ourselves to our peers and even larger organizations. And there were those aha moments. And rather than me coming around and saying that, well, I'm the person in charge and you're going to make this change, I would rather convince individuals along the way, or where they can reach their own conclusion through guiding, asking questions, probing, and say, is this the best possible solution that we can provide, and the services that we provide? So that's the kind of the combination that I make, but at the same time, I'm not one that be disruptive just for the sake of disruption. I don't think you get the best out of people in that regard. But again, questioning assumptions.
Commissioner Dubak. So how do you think your current staff would most commonly describe you?
Well, I've had a lot of feedback the last couple of weeks because of the media now. It takes a nanosecond when you announced that was on the West Virginia media immediately. But I have had conversations interesting with staff, and I think they would reaffirm that if they were standing here right now. Again, is that calm leader that has gone through some pretty significant change, especially in our organization, and with the changeover in elections and other things like that. Before, for the staff, it was kind of hunker down and wait for the storm to pass. Of being that guiding voice of wisdom, if you will, in that regard, and really bringing out the best of their abilities, but not always telling them, what they should do or how they should do it, but really guiding and help developing, nurturing, where people are excited about problem solving, coming to work every day. That's what gets me excited, and that's kind of the leadership style that I would bring. And I would hope that they would concur with that.
Mr. Gibbs.
How would you expect, let me restate that. You're gonna have some 300 people accountable to you as your staff, but you're gonna be accountable to the 8 of us as elected and the city attorney. How do you plan to address both of those? Like, how do you plan to be accountable to us, or how would you expect to be accountable to us? And how do you plan to make your 300 staff accountable to you?
Well, I can tell you that I'm doing that right now, and our workforce is very similar. The number of full-time employees is what exists here. So I'm in that same arrangement. As far as how I hold myself accountable to all of you is to really gain a thorough understanding of really what your expectations are. And I think I've talked about strategic planning, and there was a question before in the first round. I think that's a good guiding force where, a year from now, we can say, where we check in and say, how are we doing? And how does that measure up to that? Likewise with the staff, giving that guidance and what the expectation is. And it's constant communication, and it's checking in and giving that sort of feedback. I hope that at the end of that 1 year, there shouldn't be any surprises. If there's problems, I'd like to hear it. And same with the staff, that when issues occur, and it's not very often, if I'm delivering bad news, it's either in person, maybe on the phone. And I would hope that the same would be given to me as well, because there's sometimes that there could be misunderstandings, or that's more information needs to be gathered, or whatever the circumstances are. But I would like to say that I've operated pretty successfully, and the 7 members, including the mayor in Morgantown, would tell you that I have met their expectations and even exceeded their expectations. In fact, I had a recent performance review. So I've worked in that environment and feel very comfortable and producing great results.
Commissioner Macy.
When you have a staff member who's not meeting their performance goals, and you think is maybe becoming a problem, at what point does that line get crossed, and how do you handle it when it is?
Sooner than later. When there's a problem that occurs of bringing someone in and to say that here's what the issue is, but also going in with an open mind, say, I need to talk to you about something, and there's a problem, and receiving that person's input before making a decision as far as what the corrective action needs to be. I'm not one to let dwell, it's, what is that saying, that bad news doesn't get better with time. So it's better to have that conversation right up front. I have had instances like that albeit not very long, not very often, but have terminated employees, but really kind of, they've terminated themselves, really, in my mind, and I'm just kind of ushering through the process. But I think there needs to be that accountability, and I like how you described that, of an instance where someone crosses the line. I don't like the approach of where I'm guiding and leading, where I'm hovering over anyone. I have a level of trust with the directors. I'm not the type of person where I'm not a micromanager. That's not how I work, and I think that's where I've been very successful in the approach that I take in managing employees. But nevertheless, there's sometimes where I have to make myself pretty clear of what my expectations are, what the problem is, and so that's not something that I would hesitate to take on. I've addressed issues and also have made successes in bringing someone around that may. Sometimes there could be personal problems at home, or a variety of issues why people do the things that they do in work. So depending on the circumstances, and there's some instances I can think very specifically where I'm very proud of, where I was able to take corrective action and made the person a better employee. So.
I think it's me. Mr. Brake, please identify a best practice that you have observed from another local government, nonprofit, or the private sector, and describe how it could be implemented at Royal Oak to improve our service to the community.
One best practice that comes to mind, and again, I resist this cookie cutter sort of notion, but I'll introduce a concept to you that it's used predominantly in the nonprofit sector. It's called policy governance. And when I was in Meridian Township, that used policy governance, and it's a different structure, and it would exist more at this level, at the high level, of where you're talking about what the expectations are, and then policy governance. The way it's framed is that, all right, you do all of these things, but here's very specifically what you don't do. And so I hope I'm giving it justice, because I've spent 8 years since I left Meridian Township. But that seemed like an interesting concept to me. It was this professor at Texas A&M, John Carver, and I'm sensing you're familiar with this.
Deeply.
Okay.
Tell them.
So, if these things are appropriate, my sense of solutions that I bring, I really like to be that organic, and not to say that, well, here's something that, that's, what worked in Meridian may not work here. And so I'm very conscious of that. But when you mentioned that, that's the first thing. And I had that conversation. I serve on various boards, nonprofit boards, especially in economic development, and I've had similar conversations probably within the last 6 months about John Carver and policy governance.
You're preaching to the choir,
Yeah.
at least at this side of the table. So I'm going to ask a follow-up question. And everyone understand, I am not talking about privatizing our building department, but you have worked with a private building department management company, and I wondered what insights you might bring to your work there into what you may have observed or inferred here.
I will say this very carefully, because the system that I have in Morgantown, it's a public sector sort of provider. You have to have the right arrangements. What I like is the measurable outcomes, especially for builders and contractors and the like, where time is money. And so it's a very specific sort of measured system that, you really the stopwatch starts when someone brings in a permit, and really looking at innovative ways of doing the building plan reviews, the site plan reviews, and alike. In that environment, I think having kind of that structured sort of metrics is a successful model. Obviously, it has for this company. And how they deploy that, but at the same time, providing customer service. So where I'm being careful about this is that I don't want to diminish the value of public employees. But sometimes it is appropriate. There has been, evidence of, for instance, in the city of Troy, it's made a remarkable difference of, what had occurred previous from my understanding. But that long predates, when I worked for Safe Belt. But to give you an idea, yes, that's that mindset does occur to me, and at the question that was asked earlier about what innovations, and in some instances, I think having that private-public partnership is appropriate.
Thank you.
Speaking of organizations and best practices, we operate a traditional police and fire routine here, where we have an independent police department, an independent fire department. How do you see, public safety departments where you have those combined? What's your opinion on that, and what's your thought for Royal Oak, or do you have any strong opinions?
I have, from the perspective, and in fact, there was a group of firefighters that came to the meet the manager candidates, and I relayed a story to them. When I started in Meridian Township in 1998, they were coming back from a public safety model. So where you had public safety officers, where police officers were dual trained to do suppression. And I was involved in the labor negotiation agreements to basically bring that back to a traditional model in that regard. So that's what the stories that I was relaying to the firefighters today. Any alternative forms of service delivery, I think, is worthwhile looking at. Where my opinion, from what I observed, and which is similar here, where the fire department provides the ambulance service, is that becomes increasingly difficult when you have the dual trained officers, and where the majority of your runs out of the fire department are medical related. That system does not work as clean. So that kind of based on my experience in observing and countless number of hours of having the conversation with the service providers, I know it honestly makes firefighters nervous when you start talking about that sort of model. But nevertheless, when we have constrained resources, we have to look at every single option that's out there. So I have some professional expertise that goes back some time, and kind of working in the trenches, and those were some interesting times. So I was not working for the township at the time when the board said we're doing away with the public safety concept, but I was involved in unmantling that from a labor relations perspective. It took about 6 to 8 years and countless number of hours talking about that. So
Okay.
I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner DeBuck.
All right. Can you please describe a situation when you disagreed with your governing body, and how did you approach that disagreement, and what was the outcome of the situation?
Oh, that never happens. No, it's so the one that comes to mind, when I worked in Grand Blanc, there was not an active rental housing registration program. And we did some research in that much of the focus had to do with multifamily and apartment complexes and alike. And working with the staff there, we were able to determine that collectively the largest group of renters were in single-family residential homes. And we looked at voter registration and matched that up with the who paid the tax bill on the properties. So I brought to the council, and I said, here's a sense of safety that we need to regulate this. And they turned it down flat. It died. And then I did not pursue that any further. So that was a kind of an interesting moment, a pause. That there are times that I may make a recommendation and you say, that's all well and good, thanks but no thanks. And there could be other reasons why you do not want to go that way, and I respect that. I'm not going to, keep bringing it up every month until I kind of wear every going down, and that's not how I operate. There could be other elements that dynamics in the community, history. I appreciate that. So that's an instance that readily comes to mind. There are instances, probably if I thought long enough in Morgantown, that not everything goes through with a unanimous vote, and there's many times I make recommendations that it's a split vote. But there's very good reasons, and I respect the dissenting view, and I think that's important. That's part of the democratic process.
What is your approach to managing the various elements of public communications? Print media, traditional digital media, and social media. Second part of this question, as part of your management process, how do you determine key messages and who the appropriate spokesperson should be?
So I can tell you in an environment and very active media, in fact, trust me, this recording will be watched by media in Morgantown, West Virginia, and a synopsis of what I'm telling you will be reported in the media there. There's a very active media. We have a daily newspaper. There's a radio station that's very, very active. And there's a benefit to the local media. It holds all of us accountable in that regard. So let me make that statement. But let me get back to your question. I think through different means, different forums, I can tell you, for instance, our webpage that we use, and incidentally, our webpage provider is the same one that you use. We have 200,000 people that visit our webpage annually. And it's important that the messaging that we do and that we convey what our purpose is, what are we trying to accomplish, and really looking at it is important on the messaging and especially to synthesize whatever our goals, what are our values. Oftentimes I am the chief spokesperson, but at the same time I have a communications staff, much like what you have here, and they are extremely invaluable of help refining that message and help kind of the strategic message and especially that change management. There's kind of a common theme that I bring up, but I can tell you that from my perspective that we're effective in the different forms of social media and engaging individuals, and because not everyone has the wherewithal of giving up a Monday night and hanging out in the commission chambers and to find out firsthand. People receive information differently, and we all have busy lives. And so we have found different ways, not only the webpage, but we do a community newsletter that we push out, and that's growing. We do a lot of internal communications within the organization. You didn't speak to employee communications, but that's another important part of communicating and to articulate to our employees. And that gets back to the question earlier of, when you're managing 300 people, how do you convey that vision and value to your employees? So those are all that I would submit to you that I believe have been pretty successful and have brought a valuable skill set that I would bring here as possibly as your next city manager.
Commissioner Douglas.
Just to make sure this gets asked. Social media allows small groups of individuals to create false narratives regarding city policies or actions. Please identify an example where you have successfully addressed a social media false narrative in a community you have managed.
So that certainly exists, and on Facebook, as I say, with Facebook, I have this love-hate relationship with it. So I would say that the instances that have come up is really using facts to describe the narrative. Probably one instance that I can think of is this example that I gave you earlier of the prospect of looking at reducing our fire department workforce in that regard. So the folks that are out there, and you're right, they're small, and I have other folks that read that and provide kind of information and say, hey, this is where we need to spend our time and pay attention to, because I do believe it's important, but at the same time, we need to control the narrative. Otherwise, other people will be stating the narrative for us, and that's where things get out of control.
Thanks.
Commissioner Perush.
Please identify specific challenges you think you may have when transitioning from your role as a city manager of a city that's slightly smaller than Royal Oak, and how do you plan to address those challenges? The way you've described Morgantown, it's not, in terms of the other two candidates, is much smaller in terms of activity and population and so on and so forth. But there are some differences. So can you give us a little bit of a sense of how you would address the differences between the demographics in the communities?
Well, again, as I mentioned in the opening statement, we have a daytime population of about 70,000. Geographic area, we're roughly about the same. There are some similarities, but yet differences in that regard. I think it's a matter of really understanding of where are the pain points and what is that based on, and whether it be I list this as an example, growth. And to understand of what is the perception of growth? Is it a real perception? Is it something, where are we on the bell curve? So those are just some examples that I would give. I think it's also having a continuous conversation with who are the key stakeholders, who are the key leaders in the community, and really having a pulse on that. And that's why I mentioned, excuse me, of being engaged with the neighborhood associations and homeowners associations and things like that. But there's other entities, large employers, in that regard. So this, J.W. Ruby Hospital, it's a regional medical center. It's, our economy in Morgantown's is eds and meds. So of understanding kind of all those dynamics. So I would say being really successful in a very dynamic sort of community, that it would bring those same skills, but also appreciate the history and the culture, and not bringing Morgantown solutions here, but rather listening and coming up with good long-term solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Royal Oak, like most cities, has shifting demographics and a growing senior population. Can you talk about the challenges surrounding the silver tsunami and what cities can do to be ready to meet the needs of those seniors?
I think with the services that, the AARP uses of the kind of living in place or aging in place, has many resources. And I think based on those best practices that we should tap into. And I can tell you in Morgantown that we have, albeit this is a very, very small example, we received a very nice grant from the AARP, and we put downtown benches in. And so that's a project that we've been successful. But more importantly, to allow individuals to age with dignity, and to make their own choices of where they would like to live out their, and in the golden years and alike. And I think local government has part of the solution, but government can't always be the answer. And that's why I think the relationship with nonprofit organizations that can really close that whatever gaps that exist. So that is the aging population in Michigan statewide. It's a common sort of dynamic that exists and worthwhile of really fully understanding that, and also providing some opportunities. It's at the same time there could be individuals that I can tell you, Morgantown, increasingly there's a number of people that I term as young retirees. When I first moved to Morgantown, I lived in a condominium building, then went on to buy a house there. But the reason that I bring that up is many of my neighbors, it was interesting, were young retirees. And they weren't ready to move to Florida, and they wanted to live in a cool community and wanted to be part of a college campus. And that just struck me as something interesting. And I bring that up to developers. I said, there's an untapped market for individuals that may not want to take care of a home and a lawn and that sort and alike. So there's many different approaches that it would bring to that. But I think providing that respect and dignity to those individuals and where they may lack caregivers, and how do we identify and match up those needs where people can age.
I think we have one more here. All right, Royal Oak is a place for everyone. The city places a high value on its reputation as a welcoming and diverse community. How would you approach the challenge of balancing strong economic development and increasing housing values with maintaining a social economic diverse community?
I would look at the diversity of the community and where is, and what really makes the community unique in that regard, whether it's race, ethnicity, and all of the LGBTQ that we mentioned, you know, of embracing that, and certainly in Morgantown, that's very important to the council, whether we've passed a non-discrimination ordinance. But getting into where you talk about the economic pressures, is really taking apart that and taking a deep dive. Are these perceptions, are they real? Where are these coming from? And understanding where that growth pattern is, and specifically how is that impacting the community. If it's a housing type of issue, you know, where are our unmet needs, to look at the master plan. Is it really meeting the needs of the community, and updating and making sure that that's current, and also recognizes the change that are happening in the demographics of the community. So it's that careful balance in that regard. But you know, working with our human rights organization, have really gained an appreciation of protecting those that need to be protected. Providing a non-discrimination ordinance that unfortunately in West Virginia does not exist on a state level, but many times where social change occurs at the local level.
Are there any other questions?
Well, I want to kind of follow up on that. Can you speak a little bit more about particularly accessible housing? I mean, you're in a community, it sounds like Morgantown has a high demand, both in terms of, you know, medical staff, students, and, I mean, do you have issues with accessible, attainable housing there? And how might you have addressed them, or what thoughts do you have on the subject?
Absolutely. Well, so I can tell you from a personal perspective, it was kind of eye-opening there, of buying a home in the community, and really getting kind of a firsthand view of that and many of the challenges. Then more importantly, talking to employers. You know, met with the CEO of WVU Medicine. That's one of the leading problems that he told me, of recruiting doctors and all the way to support staff. So we have just started, I wish I could say that we've come up with a solution, but we've just started working and looking at a housing affordability study, and looking at all the different elements. I think part of the discussion that comes out of this, and really a broader conversation with employers, is to look at ways of help bridge that gap with, for instance, with the city, we have a down payment assistance program for any employees that choose to live in the city. And as a result, and I wish I could take credit, this predates me, but after the city did that, the university, from my understanding, had a similar type of program. There's different ways that we can go about to help break down those barriers of accessible housing. Lack of doing any effort like that, the important part of the economy is the service economy and the support type of roles, where you may not have individuals that have the income that can afford to live in the community, and then unfortunately their transportation costs go way up because they're having to commute. There's, you know, many instances that, since we're not that far from the Pennsylvania border, that there's individuals that commute up to an hour to come in. So I think by looking at that and really dissecting, and look at a way that you can really push the needle. The communities that have been successful in housing affordability studies, I mean, it's a really long-term sort of process. But I think until you're able to wrap your arms around it, and to say, you know, what can we do as policymakers, and hopefully bring other employers to the table and say, we need your help. We need to, you know, facilitate a trust or something that can help provide that, you know, break down those gaps of individuals that want to buy a house and can, you know, help out on the down payment. So.
Thanks.
Yeah. Commissioner Dubuck.
You know, this is not quite 11 yet. So what do you think is, you know, one of the greatest challenges that Michigan cities or modern cities in general face right now?
I think working within the tax system, and that's where I alluded to before, where I have a new appreciation for that. I think that the property tax system is, there's been tweaks along the way with, the Headley Amendment and Proposal A, and helped at one period of time, but now it's probably needs to look at that all over again. I operate in a taxation system that's entirely based on consumption, and I'm not advocating that, but a much heavier reliance on sales tax and this really strange, obscure tax called business and occupation tax. That's where the majority of the funds that come in, ad valorem is way down in West Virginia. So the challenge that we face in Michigan is really working with the Michigan legislature and to say that we need to come up with a better solution in that regard, because there's so much pressure and that's built up, and what we don't want to do is to have extreme measures like in California and inhibit the way that we can provide quality level of services. So I've gained a greater appreciation, honestly, working in a very small rural state. I have greater access to state leaders and work with our state legislature. I still have many contacts of, working in the Lansing area as long as I have. And, we need to question our assumptions and come up with better solutions and, stop looking at things the same way and perhaps just look at devising an entirely new system that may be part of the conversation.
We have a few minutes left on our total time, if we're trying to go at par with, the other candidates. Are there any more questions before we get to the concluding remarks? Okay. I think this last question you're probably prepared for. At least
sure.
you know two of the 15 or 20 questions we asked you tonight, along with the other candidates. Mr. Brake, can you provide a 2 to 3 minute closing statement regarding your interest in candidacy?
Oh, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this ongoing conversation. I enjoyed meeting with your employees earlier today. I understand the circumstances of not having the ability of having the direct conversation with the residents. I was really looking forward to that. And but nevertheless, hopefully this video provides valuable information where they can give you input in that regard. What I've gained out of this is that I truly believe that the skills that I've learned through strategic planning, citizen outreach, equity and inclusion, sustainability, fiscal stewardship are a strong match for what you need. So my collaborative work style and stakeholder engagement experience have really given me the ability of being successful in the role that I've taken in local government management. So I will give you these parting thoughts as you deliberate. And think about this, that I'm Harvard trained, and that I have managed complex issues using tactful, patient, and persuasive communication and leadership skills. So I really greatly appreciate your time in this conversation, and I hope you select me as your next city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Brake. Once again, we appreciate you making the travel all the way up here, again, with all the, upcoming concerns with COVID-19, and we wish you safe travels back.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I think we'll move on to the next part of our agenda.
Okay.
And would shake your hand, but,
No, I understand. We want to do an air shake. How's that? Yeah, elbow bump.
Do you want to?
I'm just saying, you could do the vote first.
Oh, you do this?
Yeah, you could.
Is that Star Trek?
That's what they tell Congress to do.
Oh.
All right. So, wow, 3 quality candidates, once again. I mean, I'm very impressed with the interviews that were conducted, the lengthy, detailed questions. I was impressed with this board asking very strong follow-up questions. I think each of you had pretty good insights, and we didn't go way off and Neverland, but we kept it focused, and grateful that I get to work with a great group of people. So I complimented. That means I have a request. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to move into item number 5, which is the city commission discussion. Maybe we preface a little bit. We have a meeting on Monday night, right, the 16th, where we have this as an agenda item to discuss, what candidate we believe, we should move forward with making an offer with Mr. Gillum. I don't know, in your opinion, sir, is there any, as it relates to the city commission discussion item tonight, is there any thing that you need out of this discussion as we, move forward with it?
No, I don't think so. I think, the couple of you that I talked to before, before everything, the landscape all changed today. If you were in a position to make a decision tonight as to who you wanted to offer the position to, you would certainly have been able to do that tonight, recognizing that you'd have the option to hold over until Monday. But given the change that we made in the playbook, if you will, the fact that the video will be posted online tomorrow morning, the videos of the interviews for anyone to view, and that Ms. Davids will be setting up the Survey Monkey for the public to provide comments to you that we'll compile and have for you on Monday. I think it would be appropriate to hold the issue over until Monday night. At that point in time, we'll have the comments for you, and I think we'll have some other direction for you as to the nature of the motion that you should be offering in terms of offering a conditional offer of employment, subject to background investigation, some other things. And we'll go forward from there on Monday night. So,
Any questions for Mr. Gillum? So I think, I don't know, I 100% agree. We made the audible tonight on the play. We got some good feedback in writing. We had a chance to review it, but I think even after tonight, I think the one thing that was a little bit missed out, and Mr. Brake kind of talks, that interaction with the residents. The video is going to be really the only interaction at this point, unfortunately, due to the, situation with the coronavirus. So I think that, for me, holding it over till Monday to have any real meaty conversation is appropriate in making that decision on Monday with, better input from the public at large makes me feel more comfortable. That's just my personal belief. Commissioner Macy?
I think you're right. Just as you were saying that about how there was no other way for them to meet with the community, just had this crazy idea, so I'm going to throw it out there. Is it too late to ask them all to do like an hour of Facebook Live questions with community?
We'll
get the expert on this.
Yeah.
I appreciate that question. Actually, staff and I talked about possibilities like that today. I think if we had plenty of time to plan that, make sure the technology was right, that you could get the streams 3 separately, correctly, and administer that from a technology standpoint, I think that would be possible, certainly, but I would think that it would take at least a week to, I don't know how long it would take. I shouldn't even make that assumption. I think you've done the best you can by providing this video and taking the written comments from the public. I think what you lose in the public's familiarity and being able to look them in the eye, and that is definitely something you've lost by not able to even interact with the public, you will gain, and I was just talking with Judy about this, folks get to sit and really contemplate and sit at their keyboard on their own time and consider a thoughtful note to you about what they see on video, as opposed to having to write a quick card after a quick engagement. And I actually appreciate some of the thought that's gone into this delay or proposed delay, and giving them the opportunity to see them on the video and provide you that feedback. And I'm actually learning, because I think that's the interaction that many public have with their city managers, trying to understand them both on a video as well as in person. So that was a long-winded answer to,
Say no.
I don't think that would be a good
feasibility
feasible
is
option.
unlikely.
Yeah, that was way long-winded, not being interviewed.
Any other questions, Commissioner Perush?
I don't have any other questions, but what I was struck with is we went through this whole procedure this evening. Someone asked a couple of days ago, they said, do you kind of have in the back of your head, if you had to make a decision right this moment, who that would be. And I said, I think I kind of do. You know, if I had to make a decision right now, I think I kind of know who I would go with. But after tonight, it is, you know, we have such three extraordinarily talented individuals here. It's going to be a tough, we are blessed with the tough decision of choosing among three very talented people. And it's not going to be an easy decision. It's really not. You know, my initial sense of who might be the one is kind of turned completely upside down. And it probably will turn upside down multiple times over the weekend because we'll talk to other people who will watch the video. But we're blessed with a very, very extraordinarily difficult decision because they are so talented. And they're all different. They really are all different.
Commissioner Gibbs?
How are we going to work this public comment, and what is the time frame that we are going to get it? Because that's something we're going to want to review before we make a decision on Monday, and Monday is not that far away. It's what, 72 hours? And right? Yeah. My mind has been changed 3 times today and tonight, and my initial, I openly admit right now, and I need to sleep on it, but my initial person who I had chosen has now changed. So I'm sure, I don't know, given the comment Commissioner Perush made, I imagine that hers may have as well, and that there's 7 of us that are making this decision. I want a fair amount of time to review the comments from the public, and I'm sure that each of us is going to get a barrage of emails from residents and on our social media pages, and I'm probably going to have 8,000 texts, you know, that people have, and emails to my personal email, and just people randomly coming up with things. I want to be able to evaluate all of those, and what are we looking at here?
Well, I mean, the video's going out tomorrow morning, right?
Be posted tomorrow, that's correct, yeah. I guess my comment would be, I don't know that Ms. Davids has set up the Survey Monkey for the comments yet. She's shaking her head no. So she'll be doing that tomorrow, so she can put whatever cutoff time on that you request. So I guess really it's a question of how much time do you want to give the public to comment versus the amount of time that you'll have to review the comments that she compiles.
Well, I would argue that we could get the comments, if they come in like on Saturday, like Saturday night or Sunday or something like that, get what we have, and then up to, you know, a few hours before the meeting, you know, get another batch of the new ones. And if, just to the public, I mean, if you want to be heard, I think the point's valid, you know, don't wait till 2 minutes before the last submission. You know, the quicker you can watch the videos, the quicker you can provide your input, the more assured we're going to be able to look at it and, you know, internalize it for our own decision-making process.
Just one other quick comment, sorry, going to jump in front of Commissioner Douglas here, but we will have public comment at the start of the meeting on Monday night, too.
Yeah,
so if there are members of the public that don't have a chance to get a comment into you over the weekend via the Survey Monkey or via email or via phone call or text message or whatever they want to do, they can come and they can speak during public comment on Monday night, too.
Yep.
So
I just confirmed that I think it can be set up so that you actually have direct access to the results as they come in with an account access. So Judy will be, I don't want to promise that before I nodded towards her, but I think that's how the intent is to set it up, or give periodic, to the mayor's point, if it's every day with a quick note of results, but the hope is that you'll have access to the account.
Right. Good thought.
Wow.
even better.
All right, any other questions or discussion? The next item on our agenda is an adjournment. If someone makes a motion, Commissioner Gibbs?
Motion made.
Okay, is there a second to that? Second by Commissioner Dubak, enthusiastically. Any discussion on this motion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. We're
Do we have
adjourned.
to turn these in? I should have asked.